cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Gala! BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
Cocok buat Bapak.
Paket mimpi ada paket emas batangan. Sini, makasih ya Pak. Ada apa ya Pak? Jarwo emas toh. Alhamdulillah. Pengen punya dan beli produk emas antam LM kayak saya gini? Klik www.logamulia.com. Beli emas antam Logam Mulia. Duduk santai, emas sampai.
Be the first to have the next innovation of Gold Bar, a true craftsmanship of finely detailed new Gold Bar design. Introducing the new Antam LM Gold Bar, pure and secure. A true high-class Antam LM, gold re-rented.
cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa kan pakai kris, jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
Cocok buat Bapak.
Paket. Mimpi. Ada paket emas batangan. Sini. Makasih ya, Pak. Ada apa ya, Pak? Jarwo. Emas toh. Alhamdulillah. Pengen punya dan beli produk emas antam LM kayak saya gini? Klik www.logamulia.com. Beli emas antam Logam Mulia. Duduk santai, emas sampai.
Be the first to have the next innovation of Gold Boy, a true craftsmanship of finely detailed new Gold Boy design. Introducing the new Antam LM Gold Boy, pure and secure. A true high-class Antam LM, gold reinvented.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa kan pakai kris, jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live calls, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
Hello everyone, before we start, we would like to encourage all of you to turn on the camera, rename your name with the format provided, and use the virtual background that we send through your email and Zoom chat.
Okay, Jasmine, I think it is time to start right now.
Okay.
Okay, but first of all, we're gonna greet you guys. So, Shalom
Namo Buddhaya,
and Om Swastiastu.
salam kebajikan, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And greetings to all of us. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Surya Martin and
My name is Jasmine Pratnya.
it's a wonderful and precious chance for me to be your master of ceremony in this beautiful day on 28 August 2021 in our big event, opening ceremonial ISEEC 2021. And first of all, let us pray and praise God because over the blessings and His mercy, we are able to come together without any obstacles here and with healthy condition. Also, we would like to thank all the teams who have joined the ISEEC 2021. We hope that through the ISEEC 2021 event, we can create very valuable memories together.
Yes, but before we go any further, we would like to encourage all of you again to rename according to your team name and turn on the camera. And also you can use the virtual background.
Okay, so we really encourage everyone in here to rename according to your team name and turn on your camera. So, and also you can use the virtual background that we sent to you to the email, to the Zoom chat below your email and through the WhatsApp chat.
Yes. Okay, so we'll wait maybe for a minute.
Okay.
Turn
I
on
think
the
I think
camera.
while we wait, we can maybe ask some questions, I guess, to our participants.
Okay, but first of all, I already kind of see some of the participant face, and I want to say it's such a pleasure to be able to meet you guys, even though it is impossible through our computer screen. Okay, moving on, we are very curious, right, Surya? And we want to
course.
talk with some of the teams who have joined us so that we can get to know each other.
But before that, Jasmine, I think before we ask the participants question, I think I'm gonna ask you some questions. So, are you really excited for today's event?
Yes, me too as well.
Okay, so what do you expect? What do you expect when you come here, Jasmine? I mean, I know that you are the master of ceremony, of course, but are you really excited for the talk show in the afternoon later?
I'm very curious about what the topics are, and I'm really excited, actually. How
Okay,
about you?
of course. I mean, like we have some great speakers from Sir Ferro, Sir Paul, and Sir Fajar Jaman from every different aspect of cool people that I think will give us some more insights.
Yes, I really agree, Surya.
I think I see a participant over here right now.
Okay, who is that?
Okay, on my screen, I think I see from Hum Squad. Yeah, I see Janice Santos over there.
Oh yeah, I see her too.
Okay. Is it okay?
Hello, Surya
Hello.
and Jasmine.
Hello, Janice.
So is it okay if we're gonna ask you some questions?
Okay, my pleasure.
Okay. So before that, can you introduce yourself?
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Janice, and I'm from Hum Squad team, and I'm from Universitas Surabaya.
Wow. From
Wow.
Universitas Surabaya, Jasmine.
Okay, maybe we want to introduce ourselves again, Surya.
Oh yeah, of course. Okay,
Of
before.
course.
So
Hello,
from
Janice. My name is Jasmine, and I'm from University of Indonesia.
okay, so same as Jasmine. My name is Surya, and I'm from University of Indonesia too.
Okay.
Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you too,
Nice
Janice.
to meet you too.
So how is your college life during this pandemic?
Stay online and still in home.
So are you the class of 2020, which means you never met your classmate yet?
Yes, actually, from 1 year ago.
Okay.
Yeah, because she's her university is from Surabaya, and maybe it's kind of far, or maybe you are from Surabaya too, or where are you from?
Yes, I'm from Surabaya.
Oh, sorry. My mistake. Okay.
No problem.
Actually, I'm really curious about what is your reasons to join ISEEC 2021?
Because it's challenging and this is the final year in my university, so I want to participate more about the competition and then improve myself and together to high skill maybe to more know about the knowledge about the industrial engineering, especially because I'm from industrial students too.
Well, that sounds very interesting. So from yourself, so are you confident that you will win the competition this year?
I have so much confidence because we must pray to God actually, and then we always optimist like that.
Okay.
Okay, really happy to hear. And do you have any words or hopes for joining ISEEC?
Actually get the medal.
Of course.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for Home Squad from the team Home Squad with Janice Santoso over here for willing to talk to us.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Sonia
Janice. Nice to
and
talk to you.
Jasmine.
Okay. I think let's moving on to our next agenda. So for our first agenda, we will show an ISEEC profile video to present the ISEEC competition that we will be holding over the next few weeks. And without any further ado, here's the video.
Wow, that was cool video. But moving on for the next agenda, once again, we would like to welcome all the teams who have passed the preliminary stage of ISEEC 2021. And also, we would like to introduce the entire team for Industrial Engineering Scientific Competition category. There are 20 teams. Okay, the first is Budis from President University. Second, Bumblebee from University of Surabaya. Third, Chandramaya from Universitas Telkom. Fourth, Serial Fighters from Institut 10 November Institute of Technology. Fifth, Dynamic from UPN Veteran Yogyakarta.
We have Pat from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Grafika team from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Home Squad from University of Surabaya. The 9, we have SRV from Universitas Indonesia. Manggisan from Bina Nusantara University. 10, Austin, Institut Teknologi 10 November.
Pagi Ceria from Universitas Brawijaya. Pasti Bisa from Telkom University. Raja Wali from Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia. Timbul from Institut Teknologi Bandung. Tim Rocket from Bina Nusantara University.
We also have Titrasi from Institut Teknologi Bandung. Horizon from Universitas Langlang Buana. XNA from University of Indonesia. Peruvian Masterminds from Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú. Oh, and also other than that, this year there is a new category, namely Industrial Olympic for all high school students in Indonesia. As you guys can see on the screen, there are 30 teams who have passed the preliminary stage, which we cannot mention one by one. And we want to say congratulations for all the participants that joined the opening of ISEEC 2021. And so that's all the whole team that will compete in the ISEEC 2021. And again, congratulations and thank you to all the teams for joining ISEEC 2021. Moving on to the next agenda is a performance from Abigail Ariela from Industrial Engineering major in Universitas Indonesia class of 2020. And without any further ado, here's the video of the performance.
Wow, I'm very speechless.
Yes, you
Is
have
it?
very talented performers, right?
Yes. I think it's very, I don't know, a breathtaking video.
So, I mean, for you guys who are curious about the performance, the song that is brought by IYKRA is a song from Unita with the title Berawal dari Tatap.
Yes. And I really enjoyed it. Aren't you, Surya?
Of course, and of course, I believe that the audience right here also enjoyed. And I think if you guys really appreciate the performance, you guys can give the reaction to us.
Yes. Maybe we can give a reaction to appreciate our friend right here, Abigail Ariela.
Of course.
Okay, amazing. Okay, we hope that you guys enjoyed it too, and it can keep our enthusiasm until the end of our agendas. But we gotta move on to the next agendas. Now, we would like to welcome the leader of this event, Hafsha Rashida Sakti, as the project officer of the 21st Annual ISEEC to the stage to express a word or two on ISEEC 2021. To Hafsah, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Jasmine and Surya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Asfial, Vice Dean for Education, Research and Student Affairs of the Engineering Faculty, Universitas Indonesia, Mrs. Dr. of Engineering Amalia Susianti, Head of Industrial Engineering Department, Universitas Indonesia, Mr. Ferro Ferizka, Rektor Universitas Mahakarya Asia and Worldwide Lead at Microsoft, Mr. Paul Soegianto, Chief Strategy Officer Bluebird Group, Mr. Fajar Jaman, CEO of IYKRA and Founder Data Science Indonesia, Muhammad Rafli Yanwariansyah, Head of Ikatan Mahasiswa Teknik Industri Universitas Indonesia, the honorable lecturers, alumni, committees, and also the semi-finalists of the 21st Annual ISEEC competition. My name is Hafsha Rashida Sakti, a student of Industrial Engineering University of Indonesia, here as project officer of the 21st Annual ISEEC. First of all, I would like to congratulate the 20 Industrial Engineering Scientific Competition teams and 30 Industrial Olympic teams who have passed to the next stage. Being able to qualify for the semi-finals is already a very good achievement. Winning or losing is not the most important thing, because at the 21st Annual ISEEC, the entire committee has worked hard to make this competition to be a new experience that will be very meaningful and also useful for all participants in the future. So we hope that all participants can enjoy the whole process in this competition. Next, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the lecturers, professors, and alumni of Industrial Engineering University of Indonesia, the committees, speakers, participants, and all parties who have contributed to the success of the 21st Annual ISEEC. Alhamdulillah, praise and thank God, the Almighty, who has granted countless blessings. The 21st Annual ISEEC opening ceremony, followed by Talkshow with the theme Start with Data, a fundamental basis of business resilience, can be held. This opening ceremony, Talkshow, and the next series of competition and events will be very fun and insightful. To all the competition participants, I hope you can take part in the entire series of events that the committee has provided. Today's talk show will also be very helpful for you in working on the series of competition that you will face later. So have a great competition and good luck. And for all talk show participants, I hope you will enjoy listening to all the information provided by this great speaker with a very interesting topic. I think that is all for me. Thank you so much for your attention. I would like to apologize if there are any mistakes. Don't forget to stay safe, stay healthy, and have a great day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, so that is an awesome speech from our project officer of ISEEC 2021 from Hafsha. So thank you, Hafsha, for the speech today. Next, we would like to welcome Nur Hanifa as the scientific committee of the 21st Annual ISEEC to the stage to express a word or two on ISEEC 2021. Tuhani, the stage is all yours.
Okay, thank you, Surya. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Asfial, Vice Dean for Education, Research and Student Affairs of the Engineering Faculty of the University of Indonesia. Mr. Dr. Amalia Susianti, Head of Industrial Engineering Department of University of of Indonesia who are unable to join with us directly, the honorable speakers, Ferro Ferizka, Rektor Universitas Mahakarya Asia, and have 13 plus years at Microsoft worldwide experience, Pak Soegianto, Chief Strategy Officer at Bluebird Group, and Fajar Jaman, CEO IYKRA, and founder Data Science Indonesia. Also, the honorable partners, Muhammad Raffi Anwariansyah, Head of Ikatan Mahasiswa Teknik Industri, University of Indonesia, Hafsah Rashidah Sakti as the Project Officer of the 21st Annual ISEEC University of Indonesia, and the honorable alumni, committees, and also participants that I cannot mention one by one. Welcome to the opening ceremony and the talk show of the 21st Annual ISEEC. I'm greatly honored to have some words to warmly greet all of you and remark on the opening of this great occasion. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Verenne Tanara, an ultimate year student of Industrial Engineering at the University of Indonesia, here as the steering committee of the 21st Annual ISEEC. First of all, I convey my full gratitude to the Almighty God for the grace that He gave, and also tribute to all of the committees in charge for all of the tremendous effort that you've put. I would like also to congratulate the semi-finalists that have passed the preliminary stage, and I would like to also congratulate you all who have leisured your valuable time attending this remarkable talk show, because you will be one of the fortunate college students or even students who will gain a lot of new insights related to the main key to the business resilience. On this very special afternoon, we will get to know about the importance of data and how data is used by various business sectors, including tech, consulting, and transportation from the direct experts. Also, some entertaining performance that we've already seen it that will make this even more interesting. So don't miss out any informations and any sparks of joy this event will bring us to. Lastly, I thank you to be part of this worldwide event, and I hope the goodness, healthy, and sanity are always with us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Hadi, for the amazing speech. Next, we would like to welcome Muhammad Rafli as the chairman of IMTI 2021 to the stage to express a few words on ISEEC 2021. So Rafli, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Jasmine. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My honor to Mr. Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Asfial as a Vice Dean for Education, Research, and Student Affairs of the Engineering Faculty of the University of Indonesia, to Mrs. Dr. of Engineering Amalia Susianti as a Head of Industrial Engineering Department, University of Indonesia, and Mr. Paul Soegianto as a Chief Strategy Officer, Bluebird Group, and Mr. Ferro Ferizka as a Rector, University of Mahakarya Asia and 13 plus years at Microsoft worldwide, and Mr. Fajar Jaman as a CEO IYKRA and founder Data Science Indonesia. First of all, I want to say thank you for all the audiences and participants of ISEEC 2021 who have come to this magnificent event. It's a big honor for me to be given this opportunity of saying a word on in this proudly event ISEEC's opening. With that being said, allow me to greet you. Welcome to ISEEC 2021's opening ceremony. In a time of business resilience, the continuity of business to grow amidst the uncertainties in a post-pandemic industry. And also in ISEEC 2021's talk show with the theme of Start with Data, a fundamental basis of business resilience. ISEEC is an annual international scale competition event held by students of Industrial Engineering University of Indonesia as a platform to exchange and sharpening our knowledge about the core competence of industrial and system engineering in order to be applied into the recent problems in the industry. ISEEC 2021's talk show 2 will also discussing about fundamentals of big companies to retain their business operations from obstacles or threats could possibly happen after the pandemic. I hope all the participants of ISEEC 2021 could compete well to gain achievement, and also not to mention, through the talk show, we could know further about the strategies used by companies when facing business challenge in the pandemic and after the pandemic. With that being said, I won't go any further. I hope this event will be meaningful to all of us. Once again, let me say welcome and nice to meet all of you in this very moment. Pardon me if there are any mistakes and shortcomings. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, everyone, that is Rafli from the chairman of IMT 2021. I believe you guys can give a reaction to, if you guys really appreciate from Kak Hafsha, from Kahani, and from Bang Rafli. And also thank you, Rafli, for the speech. But before that, the running of this event is possible thanks to the support from the Department of Industrial Engineering and Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. Next, we will hear a speech from the head of Industrial Engineering Department, University of Indonesia. We would like to welcome Doctor of Engineering Amalia Suzianti to express a word or two on ISEEC 2021.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to the Vice Dean of Academic, Research and Student Affairs of Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia, Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Asfial, and our honorable talk show speakers, Mr. Paul Soegianto, the Chief Strategy Officer of Bluebird Group, Mr. Ferro Ferizka, Worldwide Lead of Microsoft, and Mr. Fajar Jaman, the CEO of IYKRA and founder of Data Science Indonesia, and all of the semi-finalists of ISEEC 2021. With great pleasure, we would like to welcome you to the 21st of Industrial and Systems Engineering Competition 2021, which is hosted by the Department of Industrial Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. This year, we have redesigned the format of ISEEC 2021 by integrating the competition with several events, such as Industrial Olympic for the high school students, webinar, workshop, and talk show. In this year's competition, we have reached 36 teams of high school students and 51 teams of undergraduate students from 3 continents, including international participants from the US, Hong Kong, and Peru. We hope that this new format will positively encourage participants worldwide to contribute their industrial engineering knowledge in solving the problems in society. Amidst the COVID-19 crisis, resilience has become more critical because the business environment is becoming more dynamic and unpredictable. It requires a fundamentally different business model that embraces complexity, uncertainty, interdependent systems thinking, and multi-time scale of perspective. Therefore, this year's competition will try to propose solutions about business resilience, the continuity of business to grow amidst the uncertainties in post-pandemic industry. Closing the speech, I would like to express my gratitude to the scientific and organizing committee, including the chairman of UI Industrial Engineering students, Muhammad Rafli, and the project officers of ISEEC 2021, Hafsa Rashida Sakti, for their commitment and hard work which make this event a success in the first place. Of course, also to the semi-finalists of ISEEC 2021, I wish you all the best and success in the 21st ISEEC 2021. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That's the speech from Ms. Amalia. What an impressive speech. Thank you, Ms. Amalia, for the speech. Lastly, we have the representative of Faculty of Engineering present here with us. We would like to welcome Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Asfial as our Vice Dean for Education, Research and Student Affairs to the stage to express a word or two on ISEEC 2021. To Mr. Asfial, the stage is all yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Honorable, Mas Paul Soegianto, I am sorry, I call you Mas because this event, for millennial generation. Mas Paul Soegianto, Chief Strategy Officer of Bluebird Group. Mas Ferro Ferizka, Worldwide Lead Microsoft, and also Mas Fajar Jaman, CEO IYKRA and founder Data Science Indonesia. Honorable Ibu Amalia, Head of Industrial Engineering Department, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. Pak Komarudin, Secretary of Industrial Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. Professors and lecturers at Industrial Engineering Department, and also ISEEC 2021 Committee. Distinguished guests and all participants. On behalf of Faculty of Engineering Universitas Indonesia, we would like to welcome all of you in ISEEC Talkshow 2021. This talk show is a series of ISEEC 2021 events, in addition to seminars and also competition. The talk show topic today is a Start with Data, a fundamental basis of business resilience. This topic is very, very interesting, especially for business beginners and especially for the younger generation in the millennial era. 2 weeks ago, at the ISEEC 2021 event, there was a seminar event with one of the speakers, Mas Sandiaga Uno. And today, 3 very competent resource person was presented to share knowledge and experience in initiating, starting a business, and also managing the business. These 3 resource persons are very suitable for the millennial young generation. They are Mas Paul, Mas Ferro, and Mas Fajar, who have succeeded in developing their talents toward glorious success. I hope all participants will get a clear explanation of the business resilience, how a company maintains business when conditions change due to the pandemic case. Hopefully, that sharing experiences from all speakers will be beneficial for all of us. In addition, at the ISEEC 2021 event, there is also an international skill competition for undergraduate students, namely the Industrial Engineering Scientific Competition, with 51 participants come from USA, Hong Kong, Peru, and also Indonesia, like mentioned by Ibu Amalia. And the evaluation process has been carried out, and the 20 best teams from various universities in Indonesia and abroad were selected. Congratulations to the top 20 teams, and you still have to fight for the next stage. And good luck to all of you. There is also a competition for senior high school students with 36 participants. In this moment, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Mas Paul, Mas Ferro, Mas Fajar, all sponsorship for this event, and especially to organizing committee from Industrial Engineering Department students, Faculty of Engineering Universitas Indonesia, for their hard work and preparation to make this event successful. In concluding, I wish you very success in your talk show and discussion today. Hope you enjoy. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Officially, the ISEEC Talk Show 2021 officially is open. Always stay safe and keep healthy life. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And everyone, that is our Vice Dean of Education, Research, and Student Affairs of Universitas of Indonesia. And thank you, Mr. Asfial, for the speech. Okay.
And success for this event.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Asfial. Okay, the next agenda is an opening ceremony symbolization. The beating of virtual gong by Hafsya Rasida Sakti as the project officer of ISEEC 2021.
Pak Asfial, Bu Amalia, and all participants, please allow me to open the event symbolically. The 21st annual ISEEC is hereby officially open.
Okay, so Jasmine, I think the ISEEC 2021 right now is officially open, right?
Yeah, but I think we can interact with one of the participants more, Surya.
Yeah, we can. Okay, so who do we have over here right now, Jasmine?
Wait, let me search. Maybe we can interact with Tim Manggisan, Surya.
Okay, so on my screen, the first Manggisan participant that I see in my screen is Brandon Timotheus Santo. Do we have Brandon over here?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Brendan.
Hello, Brandon. So, is it possible for you to on cam so we can see your face and we can get to know each other?
Wait a second.
Okay. That is all right. That's all right.
That's all right.
Banget nggak tuh? Blok.
So, Jasmine, so what do you think? What after the symbolization of the beating of the gong? How do you feel about the ISEEC?
Still at first, I'm very excited, and I just feel that, oh my God, ISEEC really began. And yeah, I'm just so excited. I'm being more excited, especially.
Of course. Okay, so we have Brandon over here. We can see his face right now. So, so Brandon, is it okay? I mean, we can talk to you a little bit.
Sure.
Okay. So before that, may you introduce yourself and your team, I guess.
Okay, so my name is Verenne Timotheus Santo. I'm a part of Manggisan team from Bina Nusantara University.
Oh, nice. So, do you have your friends like come right here too today?
I think nope.
Okay. So you're one of the Manggisan participant.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you feel, Brandon, today about the ISEEC 2021?
I think it's going to be really exciting, and I'm sure that our team can compete. Hopefully we can win this competition. Yeah, I think that's
That's very nice to hear. But we really want to know what's your reasons to join 2021 ISEEC'S. Do you have any specific reasons?
I think by joining this competition, our team can learn more about what industrial engineering is really about.
Okay, so on a scale,
right?
On a scale 1 to 10, so how confident you will win the competition?
I'm already 10 out of 10.
Oh, okay, that is
Wow. Happy to hear.
We have to be optimistic.
Of course.
Yeah.
And also we wish that good luck for Brandon and the team and everyone on the group on the team today that joined today to win the competition. We hope the best for all of you guys.
Yes. Thank you for willing to interact with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice to talk to you. Okay. So what do you think, Surya? Should we continue with the next agenda, or maybe we interact with one more participant?
I think we have a time for one more participant.
Okay. Who do you think the lucky participant will be?
So for here, what about from Grafika team? I see Maura Sekar over here.
Oh yeah, I saw her too.
So for Maura Sekar,
are you willing to interact with us?
Okay, that is all right.
That's all right.
So can you talk on the mic? Okay, that is all right. Okay, so unfortunately, it looks like Maura Sekar cannot open the camera and talk right now. That is all right. So the next one, I saw Austin. Austin, Imade Aradea Chakabrama.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello. Is it possible? Is it possible for you? Okay. Is it possible for you to turn on your camera with us?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Hello. Hello. Before that, how do we call you? How do we call you?
You can call me Made.
Okay, Made.
I'm really sorry. I just started. I just realized that the opening is just started at this hour today. I thought it is going to be tomorrow, according to the guidelines.
Okay. That is all right. That is all right.
That's
So,
all right.
is it okay if we interact with you a little bit?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Before that, can you introduce yourself to the audience?
Okay. Hello, everybody. So my name is Imade Aradia. I came from the team Austin. Unfortunately, two of my friends is still at the outside right now. So I become as you may say, perwakilan. I forgot what is the vocabulary for that. I came from ITS Surabaya from 2018 batch from Naval Architecture. It's nice to meet you all.
Okay. Nice to meet you too, Made.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay, so I mean, how is your college life right now?
We're in the middle of fourth year of college right now, and me with my two other friends, their name is Yosef and Oliver, also from ITS. We're in the middle of having a fourth year college right now in Korea. We're having a joint degree study in here, also in naval sector and ocean engineering. So yeah, we're approaching our final year right now.
Jeez, that is very impressive.
Oh, that's cool. That's so cool. Okay, but we're really curious about what is your reason to join ISEEC'S?
The first time when I heard about ISEEC is from my friend Oliver. He's the one that initiated the idea to join this competition again. So we joined this competition because we just want to try our luck, I guess, because he asked one of the committee on the registration day, is it possible for naval architecture students to join a competition based on industrial major? And I remember he said, yeah, it is possible because we probably have a bit knowledge of industrial knowledge like production management, etc. But that's not a bit too much. So yeah, I guess we just want to try our luck so far, and syukurlah, we managed to pass the preliminary stages, and I thanks for all of the committee that has provided us with the soal competition. Yeah, it is really unprecedented for us to see many istilah about industrial things and stuffs. So yeah, that's about it.
Okay, sounds good. So you are a student from not industrial engineering major, but you joined an industrial engineering major competition. So so I believe that you must learn a lot. So same like the last question, on a scale 1 to 10. So how confident you think you guys will win the competition?
Based from our knowledge, I think maybe 5 to 6.
Okay, that is all right. So you think that is 5 or 6, but that is okay, I think. Because,
yeah.
Because I know how you feel, maybe because you feel like you're not from the industrial engineering major, but I really think that every of you guys must be confident, because I think if you guys win, yeah, you get the prize. But on the other side, if you guys don't win the competition, I still believe that you guys learn something from the competition today.
Yes, that's true. It's the experience that matter the most rather than the results. So yeah.
Okay. So, what are your hopes for participating in ISEEC'S 2021? And do you have any words or two for the participants in here too?
Maybe I guess I just hope that from this competition I can much more insight about industrial knowledge and stuffs, because as I mentioned before, that naval architecture also has a bit of industrial stuff going around here, like production management system that is also in the naval architecture. So yeah, I hope that the competition, the knowledge that we gain from this competition will also help us to better understand the industrial management in the shipyard and naval architecture field, something like that. And I also hope that from this competition, based from the problems that we have encountered in this competition, may memberi harap. I forgot the word. I just hope that it will be the best for all of us. Okay.
Amen. Okay.
Amen.
Okay, we hope that you enjoy this ISEEC while getting the value of it. And it's really nice to talk with you. And
yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. It's nice. Okay, maybe we want to move to the next agenda, Surya.
But before that, I think we're gonna spice the thing a little bit up. So it looks like we're gonna change the. I think we have one more participant that we can ask a question. So it looks like we have some high schoolers too over here. High schoolers. So it looks like do we have Team Hebat over here?
Wow, the name Team Hebat. It's unique. Wow.
Of course. Team Hebat. So from
Hebat from here.
So do you have Atia or Dianira over here? Okay. Okay, look. Okay, so I think we're gonna move on to the next team. I think we have from Industrial Olympic. So do we have Daha 82?
Yeah. Here we have Raisa and Devanti.
Yeah.
Yeah, do one of you guys can interact with us for a while?
Or maybe if you two want to talk to us, that is okay. Okay. So it looks like we unfortunately, I think for now we don't have both of them.
Both of them. Okay.
Okay, that is all right, Jasmine. I think we can move on to the next agenda right now.
Okay, let's move on to our next agenda because unfortunately the team cannot talk to us, so cannot interact with us. So
that is okay.
Yeah. Okay, next we will take a break before continuing with our main agenda. But before that, let's watch the video for our sponsor.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Enggak lah. BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
cocok buat Bapak.
Paket. Mimpi. Ada paket emas batangan. Sini. Makasih ya, Pak. Ada apa ya, Pak? Jarwo. Emas toh. Alhamdulillah.
Pengen punya dan beli produk emas antam LM kayak saya gini? Klik www.logamulia.com. Beli emas antam Logam Mulia, duduk santai, emas sampai.
Be the first to have the next innovation of Gold Boy, a true craftsmanship of finely detailed new Gold Boy design. Introducing the new Antam LM Gold Boy, pure and secure. A true high-class Antam LM, gold reinvented.
Okay, that's the video of our sponsor, and we would like to thank to our sponsor. There are Bank Sinarmas, L'Oreal Indonesia, Bank BNI, PT Aneka Tambang, IYKRA, Bluebird Group, Microsoft, Mitra Pelajar, Global Millennial Group, Pin Home, Good Doctor, last but not least, Vision Flag.
And also our media partners, which has helped the success of ISEEC 2021 from ISEEC'S Radio, Media Parayangan, HIPWI, BMFT UNS, ISEEC UI, Mading Event, Event Campus, Share UI, 8EH ITB, IIS Ibinus, Infokupedia.id, Event Mahasiswa 3, info.event_, Acara Kampus, Sejuta Cita, BEM Unpar, and Seminar Up. Before we continue to our main agenda, that is talk show, we will take a break until 12:30 WIB. So we hope for all participants to be ready to return before 12:30 WIB. Thank you. And see you guys on the talk show even later.
Okay, thank you everyone. Don't forget to attend at 12:30. See you guys on 12:30.
Okay, so you guys can leave, and we're gonna see you guys before 12:30.
Thank you.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Gala! BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, Buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Plus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
cocok buat Bapak.
Paket. Mimpi. Ada paket emas batangan. Sini. Makasih ya, Pak. Ada apa ya, Pak? Jarwo. Emas toh. Alhamdulillah. Pengen punya dan beli produk emas antam LM kayak saya gini? Klik www.logamulia.com. Beli emas antam logam mulia. Duduk santai, emas sampai.
Be the first to have the next innovation of Gold Boy, a true craftsmanship of finely detailed new Gold Boy design. Introducing the new Antam LM Gold Boy, pure and secure. A true high-class Antam LM, gold re-rented.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Galah! BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live calls, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Taplus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
cocok buat Bapak.
Paket. Mimpi. Ada paket emas batangan. Sini. Makasih ya, Pak. Ada apa ya, Pak? Jarwo. Emas toh. Alhamdulillah. Pengen punya dan beli produk emas antam LM kayak saya gini? Klik www.logamulia.com. Beli emas antam Logam Mulia. Duduk santai, emas sampai.
Be the first to have the next innovation of Gold Boy, a true craftsmanship of finely detailed new Gold Boy design. Introducing the new Antam LM Gold Boy, pure and secure. A true high-class Antam LM, gold reinvented.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Enggak lah. BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live calls, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Taplus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
cocok buat Bapak.
Paket. Mimpi ada paket emas batangan. Sini. Makasih ya, Pak. Ada apa ya, Pak? Jarwo emas toh. Alhamdulillah. Pengen punya dan beli produk emas antam LM kayak saya gini? Klik www.logamulia.com. Beli emas antam logam mulia. Duduk santai, emas sampai.
Be the first to have the next innovation of Gold Boy, a true craftsmanship of finely detailed new Gold Boy design. Introducing the new Antam LM Gold Boy, pure and secure. A true high-class Antam LM, gold rebranded.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Gala! BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
cocok buat Bapak.
Paket. Mimpi ada paket emas batangan. Sini. Makasih ya, Pak. Ada apa ya, Pak? Jarwo. Emas toh. Alhamdulillah. Pengen punya dan beli produk emas antam LM kayak saya gini? Klik www.logamulia.com. Beli emas antam logam mulia. Duduk santai, emas sampai.
Be the first to have the next innovation of Gold Boy, a true craftsmanship of finely detailed new Gold Boy design. Introducing the new Antam LM Gold Boy, pure and secure. A true high-class Antam LM, gold reinvented.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Gala! BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
cocok buat Bapak.
Paket. Mimpi. Ada paket emas batangan. Sini. Makasih ya, Pak. Ada apa ya, Pak? Jarwo. Emas toh. Alhamdulillah. Pengen punya dan beli produk emas antam LM kayak saya gini? Klik www.logamulia.com. Beli emas antam logam mulia. Duduk santai, emas sampai.
Be the first to have the next innovation of Gold Boy, a true craftsmanship of finely detailed new Gold Boy design. Introducing the new Antam LM Gold Boy, pure and secure. A true high-class Antam LM, gold reinvented.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah.
Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Galah! BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja.
Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
Dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya.
Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
cocok buat Bapak.
Paket. Mimpi. Ada paket emas batangan. Sini. Makasih ya, Pak. Ada apa ya, Pak? Jarwo. Emas toh. Alhamdulillah. Pengen punya dan beli produk emas antam LM kayak saya gini? Klik www.logamulia.com. Beli emas antam Logam Mulia. Duduk santai, emas sampai.
Be the first to have the next innovation of Gold Boy, a true craftsmanship of finely detailed new Gold Boy design. Introducing the new Antam LM Gold Boy, pure and secure. A true high-class Antam LM, gold rebranded.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah.
Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Gala! BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja.
Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
Dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya.
Aku aja punya BNI Plus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
cocok buat Bapak.
Paket. Mimpi ada paket emas batangan. Sini. Makasih ya, Pak. Ada apa ya, Pak? Jarwo. Emas toh. Alhamdulillah. Pengen punya dan beli produk emas antam LM kayak saya gini? Klik www.logamulia.com. Beli emas antam Logam Mulia. Duduk santai, emas sampai.
Be the first to have the next innovation of Gold Boy, a true craftsmanship of finely detailed new Gold Boy design. Introducing the new Antam LM Gold Boy, pure and secure. A true high-class Antam LM, gold reinvented.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah.
Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Galah! BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja.
Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
Dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya.
Aku aja punya BNI Plus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
Hello everyone, back with us again. We would like to encourage all of you to turn on the camera and use the virtual background that we've sent through your email, WhatsApp group, and Zoom chat below.
Okay, so I think we are going to start the event right now. We are going to start this talk show, and firstly, we're gonna greet everyone. Shalom,
Namo Buddhaya,
Om Swastiastu.
salam kebajikan, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Greetings to all of us. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Surya Martin.
And my name is Jasmine Pratnya.
It's a wonderful and precious chance for me to be your master of ceremony in this beautiful day on 28th August in our event, ISEEC'S Talkshow 2021.
First of all, let us pray and praise God because over the blessings and mercy, we are able to come together without any obstacle here and with healthy condition. Also, we would like to thank to other participants who have joined the ISEEC 2021. We hope that through this talk show event, we can get many insight and discuss more about the topic with our honorable speakers.
Before we go any further, we would like to encourage all of you to turn on the camera and use the virtual background that we sent it to your email, Zoom chat, and the WhatsApp group.
As most of you have seen before, we would like to show the profile video for ISEEC and Talk Show.
Charles Darwin said, "It is not the strongest or the most intelligent who will survive, but those who can manage change." But what if the changes came out to be unexpected? In that case, what would you do to face all the upcoming barriers? Coming soon, ISEEC Talkshow 2021.
Okay, thank you, operator, for showing us the amazing video profile for ISEEC and Talkshow. But ISEEC will not be able to run without the help of our sponsor and media partner.
And a little of scenario right here. If you're on a weekend like this and you have problems like maybe you want to join a Zoom meeting but the internet is down, not to worry. With BNI, you can use SMS banking or mobile banking transactions, and the purchase will be confirmed by BNI SMS notifications. So you won't be worried even if you make transactions without having to go to the nearest BNI branch or ATM.
Other than that, if you have slow internet, don't worry, it can be solved by using MyRepublic. Just a fun fact, MyRepublic is a multinational internet provider in Singapore, New Zealand, and Indonesia. And dear beautiful ladies, makeup and skincare doesn't need to be expensive and fancy. Using the most trusted drugstore product is enough, such as Maybelline, Garnier, and L'Oreal. The products are always made with great quality, and they are especially worth it for the price. So don't forget to take notes.
And for those of you who really like to invest for a bright future ahead, you must be familiar with precious metals. Precious metals can be purchased through the official website of Antam, Shopee Mall, Tokopedia, and many online applications that, of course, are practical and certainly reliable. Especially in this unfinished PPKM period, of course, we need to be safe.
And this event is supported by our sponsor PT Bank Negara Indonesia, Melayani Negeri, Kebanggaan Bangsa, PT Sinarmas, PT L'Oreal Indonesia, and PT Aneka Tambang. Antam LM Gold Investment is safe, reliable, and easier with online transaction only at www.logamulya.com. Sitting relax, gold arrive.
And also, we also want to thank our media partners that also help us through the ISEEC 2021. URS Radio, Media Parayangan, HIPWI, BMFT UNS, ISEC UI, Mading Event, Event Campus, Share UI, 8EH ITB, IASI Binus, Infokupedia.id, Event Mahasiswa 3, info.event_, Acara Kampus, Sejuta Cita, BEM Unpar, and Seminar Up.
Before we move on to the next agenda, to be more relaxed and focused while listening to the speakers we've been waiting for, we will play a little games. And of course, the winner in this game will get a prize with total prize of 300,000 rupiah.
Okay, for operator, can we have the screen shared? So, the game we are going to play is Jeopardy. And I really believe that Jeopardy, you guys familiar with the Jeopardy games itself. So Jeopardy itself is a kind of guessing game where if there are participants who successfully guess the questions given, they will get points and the participant with the most points will be the winner. Each question will have a different point according to the level of difficulty. But before we start the game, I think Jasmine will read the rules for us first.
Right. So the first rule is there will be this dash sign to press yes in the chat column for having a chance to pick the questions. Second, if the participants succeed to answer the question, the game will continue with the next dash sign to pick another players. Third, if the participant failed to answer the question, the game will continue with the next two participants and the round will be over if the last failed to. Fourth, there will be 10 rounds here and the chance of you have to answer the questions is 15 seconds. Fifth, the game called Jeopardy, and the more points you have, the more chance winning you got. Sixth, every bigger points you choose, the difficulty will be increasing too. Seventh, there are 5 categories here as you see on the screen. And lastly, 8, there will be big prize for the first, second, and third winner.
So a little quick recap. So if you guys are not familiar with Jeopardy games, so the easy thing is we're gonna send the dash sign on the chat. I think one of us will send the sign from the staff, and the first one who type yes in our screen, in my screen and Jasmine's screen, will have the chance to answer first by picking a box from the screen on the screen. So if you guys maybe like chose, I want to guess the geography in 100. You have the chance, and if you guys can answer that question, you will get a point 100. But if you fail, the questions will be thrown to the second participant who type yes. So are you guys ready?
Okay, maybe we can ask for the participant reaction if you guys are ready. Okay, now I already see some of the reaction here.
Of course, I think they are very impatient for the prize, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, can we start right now, Jasmine?
Yes, okay, for operator, are you ready?
Okay, so you can give the dash sign in 3, 2, and 1.
Okay.
Do you have anyone?
Anyone who wants to answer, you can type yes in the chat column.
Okay, we are going to wait for our first person.
Okay.
Anyone? Yes, okay, from Doni Darmawan.
Okay, Doni, which one do you choose?
Education, okay.
Okay, what point? 100, 200, or 300?
$100, okay. Operator, education 100. Okay, so the first question, who is the Minister of the Education of Indonesia? You have 15 seconds to answer. So is it possible for you to unmute and talk to us?
It's fine if not, ya Surya.
And time's up.
We're so sorry, time's up. Okay, maybe operator can give us the next dash sign.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so who's on your screen, Jasmine?
On my screen, there's Zaki Fadi. How about yours?
Yes, of course, Zaki Fadi. And it's so sorry for Tiffany from Axion because you sent a yes up before the
dash sign.
Okay, so for Zaki, can you unmute and talk to us? And what do you think is the answer?
Mr. Nadim.
Mr. Nadim. Okay.
Yes.
Are you sure with the question? Are you sure with the answer?
I'm sorry.
Okay. So, operator, do you think it's right?
Okay, congratulations, Zaki. Your answer's correct.
Yes. So 100 for Zaki. Operator, can you give 100 for Zaki? Okay. For the next one, the second round. Can you get operator? Please send this dash sign.
Okay.
Yes, from Austin. Okay, Austin. From the group Austin. From Made.
Yes.
Okay, which one do you choose?
I choose general knowledge.
General knowledge, 100, 200, 300.
The agony of choice.
Yes.
Maybe I just 100 plus.
Okay, 100. All right. General knowledge, 100. Who won the World Cup for the first time? You have 15 seconds to answer.
Okay. When was the World Cup? The first World Cup? The Netherlands.
Netherlands?
Are you sure?
Perhaps.
Okay. So, operator, do you think it's the right answer?
Okay.
Oh,
It's okay. It's okay. You can try another questions.
okay. So the first country to win the World Cup first time is Uruguay. Okay, that is already Made. You have the next round.
Yeah.
Okay, for our third round, operator, can you?
Operator, on 3, 2, 1. Okay, Zaki Kwadi again on my screen. How about yours?
Maybe I will choose. Wait. Okay. Maybe I will choose the geography.
Geography, okay.
What point?
100 point.
100 point, okay.
Okay.
What do we have here? How many countries are there in Southeast Asia? 15 seconds from now.
9.
Okay.
9.
Let's prove the answer. Oh, okay, nice try.
Okay. You missed it.
Okay.
So there are 11 countries in Southeast Asia. Okay. Okay, let us for the third round. Okay, can you give us the sign?
On 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Okay.
Tiffany from Action.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, she's answering by the chat column.
Okay, geography 200. Explain Indonesia's position astronomically.
Okay, 15 seconds from now.
Can I say in bahasa?
Okay.
Yeah, that's all right.
Fine, it's fine.
6 derajat LU sampai 11 derajat LS, 95 derajat BT sampai 141 derajat BT.
Wow. Okay, let's prove the answer.
Okay. And what do you think, Jasmine?
As I remember, it's right.
Yes, it's right. So
Okay,
Tiffany.
congratulations, Tiffany.
Okay. So unfortunately, I think the time is up, Jasmine. So we only have 2 people right here that win, which is Tiffany and Zaki.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, so we want to congratulate to you guys, to Zaki and Tiffany. And the staff will contact you soon for the prize.
Okay, now we can move on to our next agenda, right, Surya?
Of course.
Okay. So here we come to the most important session of the day. We will be accompanied by moderator. But before we go, we will introduce you to our wonderful moderator, Verenne Tanara. Verenne Tanara is cybersecurity enthusiast with working experience as a web application penetration tester in Socrates System and iOS mobile developer in Apple Developer Academy.
She's currently doing a personal leadership project at Young Leaders for Indonesia powered by McKinsey and Company. As she has been chosen to become the top 72 Indonesian students from universities across the world. In addition, by combining her main interest and give back to community, she is building an application for deaf people to overcome communication barrier in professional situations.
So, without any further ado, please welcome our wonderful moderator, Verenne Tanara.
Okay. Thank you, MC, for the humbling introductions. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the talk show, Start with Data, a fundamental basis of business resilience. Data, interesting. A concept that we need to be more aware of. First of all, let me introduce myself. Again, my name is Verenne Tanara. I will be a moderator for today's talk show. It is my pleasure to welcome you here this afternoon. And I hope you all stay positive and test negative. Before we start, I will explain the sequence of the talk show. First, we will listen to the perspective of each companies, starting from Microsoft by Mr. Ferro, Bluebird Group by Mr. Paul, and then IYKRA Company by Mr. Fajar. Second, we will have the discussions with the speakers or the main event of the talk show. And lastly, question and answer with the participants. And therefore, if you have any burning questions or you have something that trigger your curiosity, just take notes because you have the opportunities to ask those questions in the question and answer sessions by turning on your microphone or just type it in the chat box. And therefore, meskipun tak kenal maka tetap sayang, let me introduce you to our extraordinary speakers. Our first speaker is Mr. Ferro Ferizka, Rektor Universitas Mahakarya Asia, and more than 13 years serving at Microsoft worldwide. Mr. Ferro graduated from Universitas Gajah Mada and also holds 2 master degrees from Singapore and Australian top university. Currently, Mr. Ferro works at Microsoft in the Innovation Division and also became one of the youngest university rectors in history of Indonesia higher education. At the same time, Mr. Ferro also established IDN EXT Leader, a nonprofit organization focused on findings, nurturing, and connecting Indonesia young future leaders. Moving right along to our second speaker, Mr. Paul Soegianto. As Chief Strategy Officer in Bluebird Group, Mr. Paul studied first at Universitas Indonesia and then took his master's in Germany, where he took 3 at the same time, 2 majors in process engineering and material science, and 1 in economic major. Mr. Paul has worked in more than 20 countries and has worked in diverse industries. Currently, Mr. Paul joined Bluebird as Chief Strategy Officer. And our third speaker, Mr. Fajar Jaman, CEO of IYKRA and founder of Data Science Indonesia. Mr. Fajar is an analytics professional with more than 10 years experience in consulting, market research, and big data company. In the past 5 years, he has built a data innovations ecosystem through Community Data Science Indonesia, which is the largest data community in Southeast Asia, and IYKRA as data and analytics consulting and training company. In addition to his main work and business, Mr. Fajar is also active in public and government initiatives such as Defense Industry Roadmaps Research Committee in Ministry of Defense. Awesome! It's very, very magnificent. And that's the short introduction for our 3 main speakers. And now we will continue to our first agenda. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please give your thumbs up reactions and welcome our first speaker, Mr. Ferro. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Verenne, do I say your name correctly?
Yes, actually it's Verenne, but that's okay.
All right. I overcomplicate that, so thank you. So thank you everybody. Thank you for Universitas Indonesia Fakultas Teknik to invite me in the ISEEC'S event. This has been an honor for me to be able to speak here and also share my thought on how we can be resilient in the middle of a pandemic, especially from the perspective of a Microsoft as a company, but also maybe I will also share about how the industry in general are adapting to the changing environment. So I have prepared a presentation. So if I can share my screen, that would be great. Cool. Okay. All right. I believe the screen has been shown. And let me start. So my name is Ferro. I worked for more than 10 years at Microsoft, starting my career in Microsoft in Indonesia, then eventually end up in Microsoft in Seattle worldwide team. And when I was joining the worldwide team, I was one of the youngest team member at the age of 27. And in that division, I'm the only Indonesian in the team. So that's been a proud moment because I can bring Indonesian representative point of view at the global stage. And also right now, I'm the rector of Universitas Mahakarya Asia, which is the new university that's been established in the middle of a pandemic. So from day one, we already been familiarizing ourselves with the way of working, in the new way of working and the new normal. So today our agenda is I want to explain about the world we live in, why we change and why we change now. I want to explain about the case study from Tesla, maybe about how they structure the changes so they can be so adaptive. And the last but not least is if we look at the pandemic, what is this pandemic strategy? What can we do about it? What Microsoft did? So the world that we live in is we've been seeing a very fast, rapid pace of change. So we know that in the past we were living in the industrial age. In industrial age, it's all about efficiency. We transform the human being working at the field into a machine helping us. So it's all about structure. It's all about division of labor. It's all about efficiency. Then information age came with the computer and all of those digitalizations. Everything that we are doing is very fast. But at that age, information is trapped in everyone. Information is trapped in the computer, in PC, in laptop, and so on. And now we are in a time what we call a connected age. So connected age means everybody is online, is always on. I don't know whether you remember, but back in the days, if you want to go online or go to the internet, you have to dial up and you have to connect to the internet. But right now, with your mobile phone, you are always connected. So you can share, consume content, and also create content. That creates changes in terms of expectation of how we are living, working, and playing. So unfortunately, companies and countries are not built for change because if we talk about the way company and countries and organization is structured, it's all about efficiency. We are talking about who is doing what. But in the new age, especially in a new normal, the currency is not efficiency. The currency is responsiveness. The way we are looking at the responsiveness is to three areas. First, if you want to be efficient, you have to plan everything up front, make it perfect. You have to control all the information. You have to ensure that the information only flow to the people that need it. But in the new age, especially in the time of pandemic, we have to think about new ways. It's not about planning, it's about execution. It's about constant experimentations. We never know which plan is going to work. As of course, we have to always keep trying a new way of working, new strategy. Then the second one is we cannot control anything anymore. We have to make people working in an autonomous way. Give them trust. Do not control them, but empower them. And last but not least is in the past, information are circling around certain people. But now every information is flowing freely. Means that if the rate of change outside the organization outpaces the rate of change inside the organization will wait for its extinction. Means that right now it is very key to be transparent. Every good news, every bad news have to be delivered across the company very fast. So if we want to be responsive, we cannot just focus on one area and forget the other because it will not make a change. So if you want to do autonomy, if you want to give people autonomy, if you want to trust your people, you have to let go of planning and start experimentation. You have to let go of secrecy and start transparency. So means that in a new organization, the organization or company that you are going to work, make sure that they are following experimentation, ideas, and also make sure that they trust you as an employee and let you do the task in your own way. So the reason why this is important is because every party will come to an end. In every industry, there is always picking up, there is the peak and there is the decrease. Every industry, you name it, typewriter, TV, automobile, everything has its own up and down. The pattern is always the same. For example, if you look at the music industry, right, the music industry in the 70s are dominated by vinyl. Then technology named cassette came in the 80s so that cassette going up and vinyl going down. And then in the 90s, CD, DVD is invented and music industry start producing content on the DVD. So when the DVD comes, DVD goes up, cassette goes down. And now we are in the time where music is not purchased in the form of a DVD, CD, or cassette, but instead we are streaming it from Spotify, Joox, and all of those streaming services. Means that CD, DVD goes down, but streaming services goes up. The industry is always like that. When everything goes down, means that there is newcomer going up. The pattern is always the same. The newcomer always come from the people or the company that is not estimated before. Always come from the underestimated players. Okay, so it's not the big corporation that you have to be afraid about. It's the small corporation. It's the startup, because they can do what you do and they can do it fast and they can sell it cheaper. Means that you have to be able to compete with their speed, right? Now, the more important question is, okay, the world is changing very fast. How can we adapt ourselves faster? So let's learn from Tesla. Tesla is a very innovative car company. The reason why is because it's very their pace of innovation is very, very, very quick. Back in the days, I think Tesla 10 years ago, they are nobody, right? But now, if you look at Tesla in their market segment, they are the leader, winning against Audi Q8, winning against the Mercedes C-Class and then GLS class. In the luxury market, they are winning in the US. And they are already entering Indonesia. So why Tesla is becoming so dominant, why they are so fast, is because they have what they call a digital feedback loop. They are able to sense what the world wants, create the service and feature based on that, and quickly release it to the market. So this is how they are doing. Every time they release a new product, it's not always the best product there is. It's not the product that's already been mature. They just release it. They test it with the customer. Let's say they have a autopilot product or feature. They just test it to the customer. They invite the customer to test it out, and then they look at what is the reaction from the customers, the test drive data, the social media data, the sentiment, and everything. Then they collect all those data. They try to learn what people like, what people don't like. Then the scientists match those data with their internal telemetry. So the sophisticated way of thinking is Tesla never think that they are a car company. They think that they are a gadget company. They are creating gadget with 4 wheels. Means that they are tracking everything. They track where you go. They track who sits in the car, who drives in the car, and your behavior when you are in the car. So they match the data, so they know what you want and what you basically expecting out of a car and what you think about the newly released feature. Then the PM or the product manager in Tesla responsible to create a feature that improves the original feature that just been piloted, and then Tesla developed a feature, and then the feature is given to Elon Musk, and Elon Musk to it, and everything goes viral. That is how Tesla is doing it. They have a sensor that meets the customers, and they quickly react and create the product based on what the customer wants. Now, if we look at this all happened orchestrated very sophisticatedly using technology and digital transformation. When you are graduated from the university, this is the reality that you are going to face. Means that my advice to you is do not stop learning. Do not stop learning based on only what your lecturer or professor is telling you. But more importantly is universities just give you 10% of what you need to know. But 90% is out there. 90% you get it from the experience. Now, if you look at the pandemic, for example, the pandemic is very, very inevitable situations. Everybody is worried. In the short term, everybody is worried, including Indonesia. People are feared about the viruses. People are in worry and anxious that this will have no ends. But actually, deep down inside, they are hoping that everything goes to the better. And now we are seeing that we already start vaccinating people. Even though our vaccination rate is still quite low compared to other countries, but we are improving rapidly. We are doing something. More and more people are getting vaccinated. When more people getting vaccinated, we will achieve what we call herd immunity. Means that we will be winning against the virus. When we are winning against the virus, then we are going to enter the new normal. Means that the COVID will not be gone. The COVID may not be gone, but we might live with the COVID. We may live side by side with the COVID, just like we live with the flu, just like we live with the TBC and those diseases. So in the long run, people are hopeful, actually. Now, if you look at the pandemic, this based on the survey from a Boston consulting group, these are the industries that likely going to soar in the future. Vitamin, fresh fruit, groceries, mobile services, frozen food, household care, and education until the food delivery. Why? Because more and more people are trapped in the house. They limit their mobility, especially if you look at Indonesia. Right now, yes, we are a very young country. 75 of our population are 17 years old until 40 years old. But if you look at the elder, we have to take care of the elder. Means that if our mom or dad cannot go to the mall, we will not go to the mall, right? We will stay at home, and all our transaction will be cashless. All our purchasing will be digital and online. Everything that needed to satisfy our basic needs, whether it's food, beverage, or clothes, we will do it online. Now, if we look at, okay, what are the industries that likely to lose? It's not a guarantee that this is going to be the decreasing industry, but likely this is going to be decreasing in the future. First is vacation. Yes, we are going to recover soon, but it's not that next year people will go to Bali and then enjoying the leisure. There are still people that are worried about traveling, wearing double masks and so on. So vacation, eating at the restaurant will be decreasing. It's still there. It's just the demand is getting less than before the pandemic, especially business travel. I remember that the last time I traveled overseas to the US was in 2019. That was before the pandemic, right? And I never travel even to Singapore anymore. So I don't know when I am going to travel, and I am not brave enough to travel in this time of pandemic because I have 2 kids. I have mom that I take care at home, so I have to take care of myself. I cannot be contaminated. I cannot be infected with the virus because it will danger people around me, right? So these are the industry that you likely have to watch and maybe avoid in the short term, but maybe in the long run, they will bounce back, all right? So when you are looking for a job, make sure that you pay attention to the industry that likely going to soar or going to increase. But if you look at how we should respond to the pandemic, if we look at it from the perspective of company, first, respond, right? So the idea is respond is applicable not only to country, but also to companies. And then recover. Recover is talking about making sure that we are operating efficiently, low cost, and making sure we employ technology, because the idea of technology is helping us to cut the cost and make our business process more efficient. But next is if we are able to cut the cost and able to operate efficiently, then we can move to the next phase, which is reimagine. Then we have to think, what is the new world will look like? What is the new normal will look like after the pandemic? Then we have to adapt ourselves. If we are having a business, I just had lunch with my friend who is having a cafe business, and she is basically adapting her cafe business to the pandemic. Means that she decreases her own store from the very large store into very small, but she increased the capacity on the delivery. So that's what I mean by reimagine. Think about the scenario, how your product and services can be sold, marketed, and also used by the customers. And let's learn from Microsoft. What does Microsoft do? So in Microsoft, basically, Microsoft is a technology company. We are selling Office, Windows, and cloud products. So when the COVID hits, our response is this 5. We have to ensure that it's not about the product, right? It's not about revenue anymore. We know that when the pandemic hit last year, a lot of our customers are having a challenge to pay our subscription, to renew our contract, and so on. And we understand that. So what we did was we make some of our product free for some certain amount of time, because we believe that we as a company have a responsibility to ensure our technology can help company to get out of COVID. So we make some and many of our product free for education and also businesses. The reason why is because it's not about revenue or profit anymore. It's about helping. So the Q2 and Q3 in 2020 is all about that. But at the same time, we know that a lot of people lose their job because of the COVID. So what we did was Microsoft owns LinkedIn, the largest social media for professional. What we did is some of the courses in LinkedIn, we make it free. So that everybody that just been impacted or maybe laid off or fired because of the pandemic, they can increase their skill, they can start building their CV, increasing their skill set and applying to a new job. But more importantly is we are helping the business by providing some advisory. How can they get out of the pandemic? How can they ensure that their operation is efficient? So that is what we do. So the Q2 and Q3 of 2020 is all about giving. And Microsoft revenue at that time was decreasing, of course. It's not only Microsoft, but also Google and also Facebook. All the revenue is impacted. And we know that, and it's okay. But in the Q4 or around October until now, that is when the investment and the helping is, we are harvesting the result. Because everybody that is familiar with the product for free that we are giving to them are starting to recover. They start to get better. Their cash flow is more healthier than before. Now they are able to pay, they are able to subscribe, and they are able to pay the contract with Microsoft. Then what happened was we also help to support our staff. We give around $1,500 for our employee. The reason why is because at home they need to ensure that they buy the vitamin, multivitamin, and also the booster and something like that. But more importantly is that this one. In the Q4 of 2020, after we are giving a lot of product for free, we are giving consultation for free, we are giving some space for our customer to negotiate their contract. Then Q4, Q1 2021, Q2 2021, what happened is Microsoft profit and revenue soars. Even now, our revenue jumps 44%. Our stock is going up and up. Means that in the time of pandemic, what we did is depends on your capacity. I know that there is a chief of strategy from Bloomberg. Maybe he can share about how the Bloomberg is involving and helping the country to solve the pandemic. I heard a lot of a great thing that Bloomberg is doing. So what I'm saying is that it depends on your position in the ecosystem. At Microsoft, the position is we are providing the technology. So at the time of pandemic, everybody is in difficult situation. Do not make people that is already difficult to pay and to pay your contract, but help them, give them relaxation, because every kindness will go back to you, and this is the result. So at the time of pandemic, us as a company, as a person, we have to increase our skill set. This is a good time for us to upskill ourselves. But more importantly is this is a good time to prepare for a new day. But for the company that provide the services to a lot of other company that sells business to business, we have to be able to help them, right? Because once we are positioning ourselves to understand our client, then the loyalty builds. That is the most important and most expensive thing in business, loyalty and trust. Once you are helping them, the trust is there, the loyalty is there. Once the company is going up, back to normal, they will always be with you and get back to you, and your revenue will go back. So I see that a lot of a mall is already being packed. A lot of restaurant is already being packed, even though it's only 50%. But I see that the situation is getting better and better. And I hope that in the next couple of months, with more people getting vaccinated, the economy is going to go back to normal. So that is from my side. I know that it's more than 10 minutes, but hopefully this is giving you a comprehensive picture on where we are, what we do, and what we can learn out of Microsoft, Tesla, and how we adapt to the changing environment because of the COVID. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's a very, very insightful sessions. with a very short amount of time, we learned a lot. And to sum up, in the pandemic, in the time of this uncertainty, the currency is changing to responsiveness, not efficiency anymore. Thus, we need to let go of planning. We have to start experimenting, let go of control and start of autonomy, and let go of secrecy and start transparency. And the pattern of industry is always the same. The newcomer is always come from the unpredicted sections, always cheaper, better, faster, and thus we have to be more adaptive because the pace of innovation is very, very quick. The digital feedback loop always assess what the user want. It's more about like the customer centric, and then release the product instantly. And during the pandemic, Microsoft start with giving back. And the main idea is for helping. And since every kindness will get back to us, then at the Q4, Microsoft profits jumps up to 44%. And that's very, very cool. We learned a lot. I can vouch on that. And thank you. We will have the further discussions after the second and the third speaker present their materials. And thank you again for the next sessions. We will have Sir Paul, Mr. Paul, and please give a clap reaction. And shortly we will hear the presentation from Mr. Paul. And Sir Paul, the stage is yours.
Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to talk a little bit about what is business resilience and how to use the data during this situation. Let me give like a little bit story about Bluebird. I think there are not a lot of companies in Indonesia that have been hit pretty hard like Bluebird, right? Just to give you a little bit sense about the situation, right? Couple of years ago, we got like a lot of attack from the disruption, right? So we have like Gojek, Grab, and started with Uber. Okay? So we're striving, we create like business resilience, we create our core competencies, we created our like cost efficiency to survive. Okay? We actually achieved a lot of things, right? By January 2020, okay, since the disruption, we actually already achieved the highest revenue in January, February for Bluebird. Okay? So despite of disruption, we managed to increase our revenue. Okay? But then in March 2020, started with the lockdown. Suddenly, can you imagine the panic that we have as a company? Suddenly that your revenue dropped 85%. In 1 month, directly your revenue dropped 85%. Okay. Now tell me how a company can survive in that situation. Okay. We are not backed up by the government. We didn't get any bailout by the government, but we still can survive. Okay. So what I'm going to tell you is a bit story about how to build resilience, how to build a company for a long term. So I'm not talking about like a startup company where the principle of business are very different, right? As a very old company, so Bluebird is already about 50 years old. We are very conservative in about making our profit. Okay? We are not burning money to get customer. Okay? But can you imagine, we are not burning money, but we need to survive and still need to create profit. And we are fighting with a company that burning money, where basically, okay, just give you an example, right? One of the e-commerce that is at the moment, I'm not going to tell any name, that at the moment are already actually doing their transaction or IPO and so on. If you take a look on their reporting paper, right? Their SEC or their balance sheet paper, can you imagine for every dollar they earn, they have to spend $2. So it's not a business. You are selling product 50% below the market value. Okay? So we are not in that kind of business. So we are in this business where we're going to survive, to create a business competency, to compete in the situation where there is a lot of bubble. So this is going to be challenging topic to discuss about. Okay. So next page, please. So a little bit about me. I worked before my career basically divided into three parts. The first part actually in Airbus. I spent almost 10 years in Airbus, from the construction and then to the IT and then after that to management. Then I moved to McKinsey about 6-7 years. Okay. Then my third career is actually the board, where actually I spent a lot of position in the advisory board, board of commissioners, board of advisory, and board of directors. So currently I'm one of the directors of Bluebird as a CSO. Okay. Next page, please. Okay. So what is actually critical role of data? Okay. So I'm trying to give you a little bit insight how we work with the data. The data is not only the data in the computer. The data is not only about the data that you get from the big data. No, not at all. Actually, how can you see the data that you have at the moment, how you implement it, and how can you actually create a market competitiveness from the data that we have? Okay? So the data you can get the data everywhere. It's not only big data. You can get the data from the financial, from the balance sheet, from JP Morgan, from Goldman Sachs, whatever the data you can get the data from other country. Just example, right? In the beginning, Indonesia was very, very relaxed about COVID. Even though in the other country, the COVID was actually already very bad. Okay? So we didn't follow what the government told us. We believe actually the COVID will be for a long period. That's why we already anticipated. Okay, how we anticipated? Next page. Okay, next page. Okay, so during that COVID time, just about when the COVID got getting worse for the lockdown, we already renegotiate our debts and we already restructured all our bond in March 2020. We are not just believe what government told us. We know this is going for a long time. Okay? We create cost-saving initiative. We already reduced more than 25% of our costs by putting our digitalization for automation, by reducing a lot of the manual work to create automation, to create cost saving. Okay? So during that time, from 2019 to 2020, we already create automation. We move all our system to cloud. We recreate from scratch our infrastructure. Okay, where previously our infrastructure actually belonging to another company, we have to pay the intellectual property license and everything. Now all the system in Bluebird, the intellectual property owned by Bluebird. Okay, that's what we did from 2019 until today. Okay, next page. Okay. You can take a look on this data, right? Okay. This is interesting data. If you take a look, it's not all transportation is going down. You take a look, the transportation, what they call actually a transportation, private transportation or transportation for own personal use is increasing. It's the green color. The one that going down is the transportation for the office, going to the work, going to the manufacturing area. But transportation between housing is increasing. Okay, how to use this data? Okay, it's been very clear for Bluebird. Okay, we cannot continue focus on our customer as office people, because the office transaction is going down. Okay, next page. Okay. Okay. We know during this transaction, during this COVID time, the logistic transaction increasing crazy, right? Okay. In the beginning, you can see actually the growth, monthly growth of the logistic transaction actually exceeding 2-digit percentage monthly. So how to use this data? So we shifting our business, we creating our logistic business in 2020. The moment pandemic hit, we created a new business, a logistic business. Okay. So just for people who are curious, Bluebird is not only taxi, right? We have taxi, which is like the blue taxi, okay? Silverbird, the executive taxi. We also have Golden Bird, which is actually the rental and the limousine. And we also have Big Bird, which are the buses. Since March 2020, we're creating a new business, which is warehousing and logistics. Okay? So we are not afraid of what is the situation. We're creating a new business we recreate our portfolio. Okay, we're changing the portfolio to adapt with the situation. Okay. Next page. Okay, this is our brand, which is what we call it as Berkirim. Okay. We are already available like in many cities. Okay. We are focusing only on the express delivery, and we are partnership with Kereta Api Indonesia, with Paxel, with Garuda Indonesia, and so on. Okay. Next. Okay. Some of our branding that we are using. So since 2019 to 2020, we actually digitalized all our services. So our tagline for Bluebird, we are not going to super app like our competitor because we don't have the money to burn. Instead of that, we're creating an open platform, okay, where we're creating like multi-channel, multi-payment, and multi-product. On the right side, you can see we just closed with the launching with GoPay and ShopeePay. The other super app actually closed only with their own e-wallet. We are open platform where we can receive many types of e-wallet, credit card and debit card, and other channel. So this is our strategy. We are not going to like super app. We're going to open platform, multi-channel, multi-payment, multi-product. In the multi-channel, you can already book Bluebird with Garuda, Gojek, Kereta Api Indonesia, and next month we will have also a new one that I cannot tell you at the moment because it's still in the press release. Okay. Next. So this is just e-money calculation. Right now we have Isaku, Dana, Lingaja, now GoPay, and ShopeePay. Okay. So we are already capturing more than 75% of the biggest e-wallet. Okay. Next. So this is where our markets directly drop. But the first month, we dropped directly 85%. But within 2 months, we can back in the EBITDA positive by creating a cost saving and automation. And then in June 2021, we are already net profit. But then in July came another lockdown. It's okay. We have enough cash flow. And then we actually already prepare for the next fight because we already create the automation, cost structure, very lean, and then all the new initiatives to prepare Bluebird for the next fight. Okay, next. Yeah, I think that's all. The rest is actually everybody know about our health protocol that all Bluebird taxi, Bluebird car actually using operation with the best safety protocol because the vehicle belong to Bluebird. Therefore, we are the only company in Indonesia transportation that can say the cars actually disinfected using health protocol, the same SOP for all cars and all our driver, 100% already vaccinated, as well as all our employees. Okay? So all our cars using the same health protocol. No other company can give that warranty. Okay? And we are doing the vaccination. We are working with Red Cross Indonesia for convalescent and also for transporting people for the vaccination. Okay? I think that's it. That's a little bit about Bluebird and how we use the data to create resilience for our company. Okay? We know the situation is not easy for transportation, but we are not stay silent. We're creating new initiative, creating like new product, new processes, so we can compete for the next fight. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. That's very comprehensive. We will able to know more about the data in Bluebird. And the key takeaways are we can get data from anywhere. Data is not always about big data or the fancy stuff, but we can see the data from literally anywhere. But the data itself is more the perspective of how we can see, implement and create those data into market competitiveness. And during the pandemic, with data, Bluebird adapting by creating new business and keep improving towards business resiliency. Also, actively launch multimodal partnership that emphasize on customer convenience. That's very, very great to hear. And thank you again. Before we move on to the discussion of the talk show itself, and last but not least, we will welcome our last speakers. Please give a red heart reaction or love reaction to welcome our third speaker, Mr. Fajar. Sir, the stage is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me into this great event, such inspiring session from Paul and Ferro. Yeah, hope everyone in health condition today. So I will talk about data for sure, but my topic will be the power of data, the science of survival. A little bit about me. I'm working in analytics data sector with more than 10 years experience in market research, consulting, big data company like Nielsen, Teradata, and now on I work as a CEO of IYKRA. And I was a founder and advisor right now at the Data Science Indonesia, the largest data community in Indonesia and Southeast Asia, perhaps. It's been like almost 6 years. And I also joined some strategic initiative in government related with AI, technology, and also in Indonesia defense industry. So about IYKRA, since it's not that as popular like Microsoft and Bluebird, let me give a brief introduction about IYKRA. So we are a data technology enablement company founded in 2017. Within 4 years, we already developed to more than 50 leading company, 100 project of AI, big data analytics, and develop also 3,000 talents within 4 years. We fill the gap of data technology and data talent in Indonesia by deliver consulting, B2B services, and also we have a public program such as bootcamp for full scholarship, so for free, but with selected participant and also a membership to join our social project in some social issue. And thanks for work from home, since 2020, we already expand our market into Jakarta, into Stockholm and Sweden and German, because we can access into some university and partnership with some company to deliver them a kind of program remotely. So talking about data, I want to back into the foundation to understand what inside the data itself. What inside the data from my perspective is about a people. Yeah, it's a transaction represent the human transaction, interaction between the human and also some data like perhaps logistic, yeah, perhaps electricity. It's all about how people interact with the others. And it's since prehistoric, it's already been there. So people already use the data actually, but always innovate, looking for the answer by develop the new technology, innovate new innovation such as machine that can compute and the machine that can store a huge data. And we know about the big data momentum since 2005. There is open source Hadoop technology that developed by one of the employee in Google, join force with the Yahoo employee. They develop open source technology named Hadoop that can democratize the power of big data into the other company. And also in 2005, we have the momentum from the smartphone, Android, that can produce a very cheap smartphone that can be used by everyone. So the explosion of data by 2005. And the transformation actually happening in 10 years, like in China and United States, they compete with with themselves to rest to pursue optimization. So there's battle of the growth, between the two countries, and we see the key of the growth. There is data, machine learning, and we also heard about AI lately. So back into some sample in a rising company like Facebook, Alibaba, and Airbnb, they have the data capability actually. They implement some data science, machine learning model, and they can leverage into the IPO and they can get the very big valuation in unicorn, right? So the new core technology is data. So there is a transformation from static programming into dynamic programming by implement the artificial intelligence. So for example, I know that some of us is order online or watching streaming and get the recommendation from the machine, right? So there is some of example of the power of data. So the data actually is not about the report. So it's not the output is not on the data visualization, but also the output from the machine learning can be application. So for example, like Airbnb, they can recommend a price to give the best price for the customer and also merchant. Sorry. Sorry, there is this connection. Sorry. So in data era, we see everything as new data point and willing to transform into value. So I want to encourage everyone to thinking with data. So where is data born? So the data actually is coming from interaction from one entity to another entity. There is transaction and there is born also in the interaction. So basically, in the era of big data, we see the data point is everywhere, right? There is interaction, and also there is interaction data we can collect and store in a big data environment. For example, like when we order a transaction in one of the application, let's say, for example, the travel application, the customer order a ticket, and the company record the transaction into one data. How about the interaction? The interaction actually record everything. So in some application like e-commerce, travel, or perhaps the Bluebird as well with the Bluebird application, we can set up the log. We can set up to collect the log of the interaction called clickstream analysis. So when you searching one button and you can click another button, the data is collected into interaction log data. So you can see there is comparison between transaction to interaction there is a jump on the data size, and we need a bigger size of the data environment. But actually, I want to share about the experience that we handle during 2020 when we deliver some services into our client. So one of argument we also always heard about more data is more insight. Basically, in 2020, it's not relevant. Some data is not relevant anymore, so we only collect some of the data, the last data, and the key is the speed. To produce the very speed prediction, very speed analysis to answer the business challenge. And since the speed in execution, we also have to develop the environment not on the on-premise anymore, because it's taking long to develop the ideal environment. Like what we did before is we developed a hybrid, the integration between the on-premise and the cloud service. So the cloud service, like what we know, like Microsoft Azure, GCP, AWS, it give us the speed of execution. And the terminology of data is not on the data hunting, but we see the transformation from data hunting into data farming. So data hunting is not stable. Actually, we heard about the collection of data from social media, crawling from the Twitter, Facebook, and it's not stable. The regulation is changing, and we need to partnership with the stable data, like, I don't know, with e-commerce, with the travel agency to exchange with them the data and produce the greater insight. So back again, the data science is a science of survival. And what we did previously in 2020 early is we helped Bersatu Lawan COVID, Satgas, with our help to develop a model to quantifying the risk of COVID-19 screening in their application. So we are part of the telemedicine support partnership in their ecosystem. We also deliver some project in Sumatera Utara, not only in the data from the transaction, but also data in agriculture. So we set up some IoT sensor, the aerial drone to collect data, and it's like what we did in company, in banking, in telecom. We built a analytic environment and develop the intelligence on top of it. We also collect some information not only in transaction but also interaction, like in machine lock sensor. In one of our client, we do a predictive maintenance. So we prevent risk of the failure of the machine by predict their failure previously. So relate again into COVID-19 era, we also do a prediction in COVID-19 case, city by city, not on the number of case, but number of travel within a city and within a country. And we develop some initiative collecting data from JobStreet, JobsDB, other job platform to provide the job demand supply dashboard into open dashboard that can access by everyone to search a job and enroll in each city. And we create some white paper with a Mandiri. So it is a use case more detail. You can check into our website. So the case is about business analysis before and during pandemic period. It's very interesting because this is the first white paper that we can claim utilize the big data directly and publish to the public, not like a survey, not like FGD, but it's a real data that can learn by everyone. So we want to encourage the analytic for everyone. So it's not on for data scientists, not for data engineer, but everyone to join into the analytics ecosystem, and also analytics with everyone, because the beauty of analytics lies in collaboration. And if you want to see the more insight from us, you can join our Instagram at IYKRA_ID or IYKRA Indonesia in YouTube. And some of program for fresh graduate is a full scholarship program, data fellowship, 1 month training, and 2 month project for free, but it's pre-selected. So if you want to join the bootcamp, you can search and waiting for a new batch that we will open soon, very soon. And some of program called Software Society is not a classroom training program, but is a project membership. So you join a 6-month membership to join a project to solve the social issue like COVID-19, global warming, and other social issue. And also there is a free webinar that we usually deliver time-to-time basis. Okay, that's from me. Sorry for some technical issue. Thank you. Of it will start the discussion. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, sir. We right now we know the power of data. Data is not always about the report, but in the data enablement era, that data is also about the visualization. On top of that, beauty of analytics lies in collaborations. From the presentation itself, we could learn that some data is not relevant anymore. Thus, the key is the speed. More data doesn't necessarily means more insight. And in this case, we are shifting from data hunting to data farming to build a more stable and sustainable pipeline. And lastly, data science is the science of survival. That's very, very cool. And after listening about the presentation from our remarkable speakers, we are continuing our next agenda. We will discuss more about our grant team, business resilience in post-pandemic industry. Let's start by knowing the meaning of business resilience and how important to have business resilience in your company. We will deep dive these issues from getting to know from each speaker's point of view. And let's start with Mr. Ferro, and we will proceed to Mr. Paul and Mr. Fajar.
Thank you. Would you mind repeating the questions, please?
Okay, so from your point of view, what is the meaning of business resilience and how important to have business resilience in your company?
I think it's very important to have a business resilience in every company, and also not only company, but also everybody. So resilient means when you knock down, you get up. That's simple, right? So that is applicable to personality, means that if you have a challenge in life, then you can overcome that. But it's very important to stop for a second and think, because at a time of change like this, especially in the COVID, we never have a book that will teach us how to get out of the pandemic. We don't have any book that will teach us how we can survive. So in an uncertain time, it's always good to stop and think and talk to people, because it's not only us that is having this experience, it's everybody. So make a community and make sure that we are having a support system, and that way we can get and find the best solution to get out of the situation, and then we execute. In the time of a pandemic and the time of uncertainty, it's not about the strategy, but it's all about execution. So the speed is very, very important.
Awesome. So it is clearly important because again, when you knock down, it's the skill to get up, and we have to stop for a second and think in the holistic point of view to be more able to see our future and forecast the unprecedented events. That's very cool. And let's move on to Mr. Paul. What's your opinion regarding business resilience?
Okay, Verenne, I ask you back. Okay, what did one of the first slide was showing about what Darwin said? What did Darwin say?
I'm sorry. What did?
In the beginning of this seminar, there was actually a little bit slide about Charles Darwin. What did Darwin say?
I'm so sorry.
Oh, you didn't pay attention.
I'm sorry. I just get in the like.
Okay. What did Darwin say? Darwin said, "It's not the strongest or the fastest who survive. It's the most who can actually adapt the changes." Okay. So in this situation, the resilience is actually how you adapt. That's why I'm changing actually the way I see my perspective in seeing the business, right? Previously, I was saying like, okay, we need to be the fastest to change, the fastest as a company and so on. No, it's the flexibility. What happened now with the Japanese car maker? Sorry, I'm using German. Japanese car manufacturer. They have problem now to shift into electric vehicle. Why? Because their system was already so efficient because of the Toyota production system. To change, to modify their system is too difficult. This is the difference between the car manufacturer in Korea and in China. Okay? Being the fastest to make everything so efficient, it's not going to be your strength anymore. It is how you adapt to the changes and to become a new company after that. Okay? That's my answer what is about resilience. Resilience is actually to see from the data about the changes and what do you want to do with your company. Same with Bluebird. In the beginning, okay, more than almost 80% of the Bluebird business actually coming from taxi, right? Now we are reducing it to 60% because we are changing the portfolio. We are changing the company strategy. We're creating new business. We are changing, shifting from passenger to goods. That's the whole actually all about resilience. So resilience is about how you change, how you implement it, not just talking.
Cool. After hearing your response, it's more like it reminds me again from what Bruce Lee has said, had said, like we have to be shapeless, we have to be formless, and be adaptive like water. That's very, very good intakes for facing the business resilience itself. And lastly, let's us hear from Mr. Fajar.
Okay, same question ya, Mbak. Okay, talking about resilience, I refer back to my presentation that shared previously about how to be more dynamic from a static programming or static approach, yeah, because it can reflect into some our into a business operation when we are using the static method when we are solving the different challenge, right? So to be more dynamic and how to be more relevant as well. So you become dynamic, but you have to be relevant. Like previously said by Pak Paul and Pak Ferro, perhaps talking about Toyota way versus the Tesla way. Yeah, what we did previously, I actually been educated in Nielsen by General Electric way, which is coming back from the people from the Toyota production system, which cannot be it's difficult to change. So since the beginning, I have been learned about continuous improvement, but lately we have been proved by Elon Musk that fail is something is a new normal. So like what did Tesla when they do a demo with they truck, yeah, they hit the window and broken. So it's something that not normal, and it accepted by them as a culture to face fail and testing fast and face fail. Then you can adapt from it, learn from it, and be more dynamic and be more relevant.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. So you just said like fail is a new normal. It's very, very catchy. And to sum up for this first questions, the business resilience from our from our speakers means persistency, adaptive, and relevancy. That's very awesome. Okay, so the next questions will be since we are in the pandemic situations, and the pandemic has made it clear that the future is not linear, but the pandemic also create the more opportunities and build the companies stronger. What is the strategies of your company in facing the future in context in post-pandemics? Like will data play a big role, or any strategies that you like keep in mind to build your company stronger? Let's hear more, first from Sir Paul, and then continuing to Mr. Fajar and Mr. Ferro.
Okay. So in the business, there are two parts, right? Data-driven and your sense of business-driven. You need to combine those two. You cannot like 100% data-driven because, well, you know it better, right? About like even in the data driven, when you actually wrongly interpret the data, just take a look, right? How are you going to solve the data equation? Are you going to use this formula? You doing forest algorithm? You use another algorithm? You're using wrong variable. You can get to the wrong result. And that's why very careful in using and digesting the data. A lot of problem that I'm seeing at the moment, people just get some part of the data and then thinking they already know all the problem. This is actually the danger about making decision for the business. So yes, you have to have a data to back you up. You have to have a data to support your decision. You cannot just make everything from your gut. Right? But you need to get also your sense of the business to judge if the data that you got can be used or not. Okay? Then therefore, balance the data with your sense of business. The sense of business is something that you need to learn. You need to get from your mentor, you need to get it from your experience. The data, you can get it anyway. Okay? To get the direction of business, where you go, when you want to create a strategy, when you want to do changes in the company, you need both of them and you need to balance it. I'm not going to say you need to rely 100% on the data. If I say that, it will be very wrong of me.
Okay, so it's the balance of data driven and the business sense. It's very, very great. I would love to open for discussions for all the speakers. Feel free to jump in if you catch something that intrigue or that catch your attentions and you want to have a further discussions. Feel free to jump in, and yeah, we will continue to Mr. Fajar.
Okay, so I would like to add some point from Papal statement, which is I agree, but sometimes I experience some project. Most of it we have limited data. So when we start a project, we are start from bottom up or top down approach, right? If we talk about top down, we coming from the objective and finding out if we have a data to answer the question, and the hypothesis is coming from the company, and it's easier, right? But sometimes when we going into the data, there is no data to build the hypothesis at the beginning. So the hypothesis coming from expert, coming from the leaders, coming from the senior. Then we can test it after it. So like what we did in research, we do building hypothesis, test, evaluation, and scale up into production, into the real world case, right? And sometimes I meet some data experience professional who cannot build the hypothesis. How we can start a project without hypothesis, right? So it's very important to have a collaboration between the data professional with the business one or the subject matter expert who understand about the travel, who understand about the government, the agriculture, etc. So one of the keyword is the collaboration. And last week there is AI Day by Tesla. And in the quick question and answer session with the AI scientist team, in the Elon Musk as well, side by side, Elon Musk said that he discouraged machine learning in front of the data people or data guys or the AI enthusiasts. So for some reason that you cannot use or deploy the data-driven or machine learning if the case is not suitable, right? For example, the case is in the production line. Some guys ask about how Tesla apply machine learning on the production line. You cannot, right? You need still a rule-based programming. So the static one still relevant. So the keyword is the relevancy. If the static one is still relevant, why we don't go to the complex one? And like what we did in most of the project, we always start from the simple method. For example, for very technical, like sometimes people or data scientists looking for the fancy method like the XGBoost or reinforcement learning, etc., etc. Somehow, most of the case is solved by the simple linear regression, the very simple one. Then you can fine tuning. Then you can scale up into the limit unlimited iterative, right? So the collaboration start from the simple approach, then test faster and fail faster is one of the key to be relevant from my perspective. Thank you.
Awesome. So I catch two main points. First, the collaboration within all parties, and again is the relevancy, because no one solution fits all the problem, and that's very insightful. And we will move on to Sir Ferro, Mr. Ferro.
Yeah, thank you. To add, I think data is very, very important, and I totally agree with every speaker here, Pak Paul and Pak Fajar. But I want to add on one point that we are using in Microsoft to base our actions. So data is good, but data happen because we see something in the past. We are seeing a lot of situation like Fajar say, where we are creating product, but there is no data that baseline that. So what are we using? So data is a lagging indicator because we need to see the pattern of the past. But as Microsoft in a division in where I was, we are in a division what we call an innovation division. So our job is basically to create something that might be used in the future. What do we use? Because sometimes we don't have the data, but the future. And I agree with Pak Paul, we cannot rely on our hunch or gut feeling. So what are we using? So there is a method that we are using, which is psychology. So that's why in innovation divisions, normally we are not only employing a data specialist or data scientist, but also psychologists, because we believe that people acting or doing something because a motivation. Motivation can be driven by fear or by hope. So everything that relates to fear or hope, we are analyzing that. And of course, we are doing a lot of methodology, whether it's survey or we are looking at the social media and so on. We are looking at the data, but from the perspective of psychology, and we are distilling what people want, what people expect, what is their pain point, and what do they need and what do they want. And based on that, we are concluding what kind of innovation, what kind of strategy that we need. And data, past data is one of the source of a decision making, but not the only one. So sometimes we also make a decision without data in full. When the data is not available, we are using our logical thinking to baseline our strategy. So I think to create a strategy for the future, one is data, second is psychology, and the third one is a common sense and reasoning. That is very important. When you have the three, I think it's not a guarantee for a successful strategy for sure, because execution come into play as well. But at least it reduces the level of rate of failure. That's what we are doing in Microsoft.
Awesome. So seeing the data to the further angle by combining the psychological, the data itself, and the common sense, it's to create the more comprehensive, like the strategy itself. And talking about data, even in the most detailed plans, it's still insufficient to address the disruptions that the crisis has made. With that in mind, the risk of data leaks still exists. Data leaks can have an impact on business, competition, and legal problems. What are the mitigation steps from the company in dealing with data leaks issues? We will hear the perspective from Mr. Fajar, and then Mr. Ferro, and then Mr. Paul.
So the question is on issue of data leak, yeah, Mbak, yeah.
That's true. That's
actually, when we talk about the data leak, we talk about security and perhaps privacy, because there is two different paradigm between the security and privacy. Leak by accident and leak by design, right? Security is leaked by accident or leaked by attack from the from the external perspective, from external partner. So actually, when we talk about the security, we'll talk about the fundamental of data management in regard of data governance. Sometimes, or most, I see in Indonesia, most of the company develop a big data environment, big data ecosystem, Hadoop, data warehouse, business intelligence, etc., etc. But before they implement the data governance, like you build a country first, the infrastructure, then you build the undang-undang after that. So something like that. So because of that issue, some of the access layer, the access regulation is not regulated properly, and some, for example, like what we did experience in Indonesia, the leak because of the human is the most common issue. Because of the human, like people who access is like contract-based employee, for example, but not all the contract-based employee is risky, right? But if we cannot regulate the data flow, the pipeline access, it's difficult to trace back the issue of the source of the issue, the root cause of the issue. So that's one thing. Due of the lack of data governance, it will imply into the risk of security of the data as well. But it's different with the data privacy issue, right? Because the data privacy is because the design of the company. It's not about the incident. It's not about the cyber attack. And since the privacy regulation in Indonesia is not established lately, so there's a lot of dilemma from the people who access and manage data in terms of regulate the access from the third party, regulate the access from the internal employee, because they by design they see is best practice, but from the regulation it's not. But it's happened in Europe, yeah. I mean, in the GDPR regulation, there is a lot of regulation point that can be followed by the people who work in data, but not established in Indonesia right now. But if we talk about the leak, I think we will see there is a risk from the lack of data governance, from my perspective.
Okay. May I ask a follow-up question, sir?
Sure.
Okay, so in theories, yes, we have to be more careful about the data governance, the security itself, because the weakest link in the security also is the human itself. But that's in theory. Does IYKRA has like the more mitigated plans to be more aware of the data leaks itself, like the system or the in practice?
Okay, basically in data warehousing development, there's always a security protocol and services to secure the data access and and mitigate the risk, right? So, for example, like when we start a project, we will encourage to implement what we call it the data privacy engineering or data security engineering. So, whenever people like vendor like us access into the data, everything is masking automatically. So it to secure the leakage from the design, right? And from the infrastructure, there's a lot of activity to secure from the network layer, from the infrastructure layer, the hardware, and also the software layer. So basically, when we talk about security in technically, there is several layers that we have to secure: the network, infrastructure, the hardware, and also the application or the system. All the things, I think it's a best practice that we always do in our project, right? But back again, like I can say that more than 70 or 80% the leakage is coming from the human. You secure all the things from the technology into infrastructure. If you give access to the wrong people, it's difficult to handle. So perhaps we need. That's why from the hardware perspective and the non-hardware perspective, like governance, HR should be involved in this perspective. Management should be involved in this perspective. The more you strict in your data environment, there is a risk on lesser insight, because you are strict. You're limiting the access from the collaboration from multi-department, right? So it's dilemma from everyone, right? More you involve the collaboration, there is more risk on the security perspective. Like if you want to collaborate with other company, like e-commerce with the fintech with the travel logistic. In digital, I can say it's difficult to limiting the data exchange. The data is always exchanged. When you talk about the cloud service, hybrid, on-premise, if you talk about the on-premise, you build a server in company, there's always a risk as well. If you open into the cloud and hybrid environment, the risk is higher perhaps. So, but the value of data can be higher as well, because the value of data is lies on the collaboration and data exchange. So it's dilemma actually when we facing the regulation of PDP, perlindungan data pribadi or data privacy regulation. I think it can start in 2020 perhaps. So there is limitation from people like us accessing to data, but there is also a dilemma from us because you cannot join from one data to another data. So in GDPR in Europe, there is a movement of GDPR is paradox, because when GDPR apply, the data exchange is explode because everything is stable, everything is the regulation is there. So if you want to exchange from hospital to another hospital, it's fine because there is regulation on it, but it's not limiting. But it's not answer the security, right? I mean, so that's dilemma. But somehow the European Union find a way, yeah, by I can call it some project like SODA, Scalable of Use Data Analytics, is initiative from the Europe to exchange data, but with the secure and privacy compliance.
All right. So after hearing your response, you keep mentioning about the data awareness. So my next question, Mr. Paul, is: in your opinion, does the biggest contribution of data leaks comes from the awareness, the data awareness itself, or do you have any things in mind that could give us the new perspective of the data leaks issue?
I don't think I can add any more what Fajar already said, right? I think he pointed that very, very in the right way. Right? There are two parts of the data leak, right? Is it because of the company structure architecture that's why the data, because there is no, because we have to admit, in Indonesia, we don't have at the moment a very rigid rule about the data privacy, number one. Number two, is it the leak because of abuse, right? People want to actually leak the data, either they by breaking through the system or actually by the third party. Because as now you are working, right? For example, even in Bluebird, right, we have interfaces with a lot of companies. In any of the system, of course, anything can happen. the main point for the company actually to ensure that you actually using the clear standard for the security to ensure that you actually already obey to the security standard that are already available. Okay? Or the best practice that are available. Okay? In the case of data leaks, all of the company have already in their SOP or in their documentation, the governance, how actually to deal with the data leakage situation, what to do for the data of the customer, what to do with the customer, how working with the data, can you actually directly doing another encryption, changing the data and so on, so cannot access anymore. That's what you need to do directly. And also agree, a lot of the companies building first the structure and then think about the governance later. Okay. So I cannot add any more. Fajar already said it all. I agree with him.
Okay, so thank you for your response, sir. Before we move on to the question and answer sessions, we will hear from Mr. Ferro perspective regarding this issue.
When it comes to data leak, we have to look at it from three perspectives. This point. The leak can happen whether it's because of the company, like Pak Fajar said, right? So if we talk about companies, so the company has to comply with the data privacy and data security standards. So in the world, there are a lot of standards, whether it's HIPAA or it's ISO 27001. There are a lot of standards. So the company, the service provider, the technology provider have to ensure they comply with the standard, because that standard has already covered not only the technology portion out of it, but also the people and the process portion. So that is the step number one. The step number two is we have to look at the regulations. It's in Indonesia, unfortunately, the PDP, Perlindungan Data Pribadi, it's not yet becoming, even the regulation is there, but regulation and enforcement in this country are two different things. The regulation might be there, but the enforcement might not be there, right? So the government has to ensure that the data privacy become its top priority, because we cannot talk about the industry revolution or digital transformation in the country if we cannot value the data privacy. It's not long ago we hear about the leak in a BPJS data, for example, where more than 100 million data of Indonesian are leaked. So it's not only by name, but also phone numbers, address, and a lot of sensitive information leaked just like that, sold for only 80 or 90 million rupiah, which is very, very, very tragic situation. So the government has to ensure they send the right signal, find who is responsible, and make sure that there is enforcement in place, so people can be assured that the data privacy in this country is protected. But the third one that we may forgot is actually the address. Means that we as end user, sometimes we are neglecting. We are neglecting the security protocol. So as simple as our phone. Make sure that our phone is protected, making sure that our computer running the latest antivirus and the spyware and so on. Because if the hacker or the data leaker cannot get into the company or cannot get to the technology provider, they will get to you as the end user. So you yourself have to learn about the digital data security literacy. You have to know how to keep yourself secure, what kind of a protection you have to use when you surf the internet and so on. So it's not only the responsibility of technology provider and the government, it's also the responsibility of us as end users. And that is one discussion that sometimes missing in the data privacy conversation. So I only want to add that.
Cool. So from the company, the regulation, and the individual digital literacy will be the biggest player for the data leaks itself. And thank you. With that being said, the talk show, the discussion of the talk show already come to an end, and we will continue to the most awaited sessions, which is question and answers. Before that, allow me to remind all the participants about the rules. The first one, participants to raise hand or unmute yourself, or just asking your question through chat box. And secondly, participants also allowed to ask questions to specific speakers, like 1 or 2 speakers regarding your questions. And lastly, participants also allowed to write questions after the dash given from the Zoom's operator. And that's the technical rules for your question and answer sessions. And I'm open for any questions given from the participants, anything that you want to discuss or you want to ask. Okay, awesome. So for Andreas Parasian, you may unmute yourself.
Hello, honorable speakers. Is my voice clear?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, so I want to ask to Mr. Ferro. As you have mentioned on your previous slides, Microsoft solutions have been used very often during the pandemic, which results into Microsoft increasing profits. To be honest, yes, I'm very grateful too about your LinkedIn advancements, because I got my job from LinkedIn. So yeah, I'm very grateful for your services. But I would like to ask, based on Microsoft's data about these solutions usage, what would you think the tech environment will be like 1 to 2 years in the future? Like which sub-industry will be supported by big tech like Microsoft, and how will Microsoft support it? From what I know, Microsoft has Microsoft Azure, which is its cloud computing platform now. What do you think Azure will contribute most to which sub-industry? I think, yeah, I'm just curious about which sub-industry will be supported the most by Microsoft. Thank you. In the future after the pandemic.
Thank you. Should I answer first, or we wait for another questions?
Yes, you may answer his questions right away.
Okay, so thank you for the question. It was a very great question, and I'm glad that LinkedIn have helped you in your career. And I think in the next not only 2 years or 3 years or 5, but I think in the future, and Microsoft think that in the future, every company will be a tech company. Every company will be a tech company. Whether even you are in a transportation like Bluebird. Bluebird is not no more only a transportation company. It's a tech company. If I want to order a Bluebird, I no longer have to call. I use Bluebird's app. If I want to get to the airport, I order through the app. And sometimes I order through a Grab or a Gojek and so on. So Bluebird for me is a tech company, even though how it's doing is transportation. If I want to order a food, I have a friend who is owning a restaurant. And if in the past, restaurant is all about cooking, creating food and beverage and so on. But now, restaurant is a tech company. Why? Because the way they are marketing, they are using Instagram, Facebook, and also Twitter. The way they are doing transaction and go to market, they are using Marketplace, they are using Gojek, they are using GoFood and GrabFood. The way they are doing and financial analytics, they are using cloud-based financial software where they are able to see what is the most ordered menu. They can see their financial health and so on. So for me, even though kitchen and restaurant is a tech company, so I think in the future, the company that are failed to transform itself as a tech company will not be relevant anymore because it's inevitable. And Microsoft support all the industry for sure, but the more important thing is for us to understand what are the future scenario in each of our industry. If you are in transportation, for example, you have to understand what the future looks like and how technology is going to help you. If you are in a food and beverage, you have to know how is the technology will help you. If you are in an education business like I am, you have to know how technology will disrupt and change the way you deliver lessons, for example. So that is the job of leadership, is to understand what is the technology going to do to our industry and company and adapt to that. And I'm not worried about technology, Azure or Google Cloud or Amazon Web Service. It's just a tools. What's more important is the scenario, the technology that you are building on top of that. Thank you.
Okay. Andreas, do you have any follow-up questions, or that's clear?
I think that's pretty clear. So it's just a tool, and the most important thing is we should estimate which future scenarios could happen, and how we act on those scenarios. Is that correct, Mr. Ferro?
Yes, that's correct.
But what would you suggest? Like, what data should we use? What information should we use to estimate those future scenarios? Like, from what I know, there is so much data currently that we can gather freely online, whether it's through web scraping or any other tools. Do you have any suggestions, like how can we estimate these future scenarios? Because there is so much data, and to be honest, as a student, I don't know which to use. So yeah, I'm quite confused.
So I think what you can do is actually reading, right? We have to be realistic. As a student, when I was your age, I also cannot predict what the future looks like. But if you want, you can read the report that is written by McKinsey. You can read the report that is written by BCG or any other companies. You can read all of those report, because all of those smart people working in that management consulting have sometimes created a white paper document that tries to predict the futures. So when I read a report from McKinsey or BCG or Bain or any management consulting or Deloitte, for example, it tells different thing, but actually the pattern is the same. So I think the starting point is read what those guys are writing and then take it from there. So that's the only advice that I have for you.
Pretty clear. Thank you, Mr.
Cool. So the tips from Mr. Ferro, just read the report from management consulting, and you get the holistic point of view for whatever problem that you're facing. And thank you for the rest, the questions and also the answers. Moving right along, we have the questions in the chat box from Ferizka Arika. Do you mind to unmute yourself, or just like or I will read your questions directly? Okay, so let me read your questions. For those who just start a business, what are the tools that we can use to manage the small company's data? And how can we develop our ability to managing companies' data? Since Ferizka don't point these questions for specific speakers, I will open these questions for all the speakers that want to give the response for these specific questions. For Mr. Fajar, Mr. Paul, or Mr. Ferro,
okay.
What are you suggesting? Okay.
Let me answer first. Perhaps Pak Paul and Pak Ferro have a different perspective. Actually, when we talk data, you can use any tools. As long as the tools, the basic function of data is report. So I can suggest you can use the Excel, the spreadsheet, Google spreadsheet, and any kind of tools that you can easy to learn. Basically, it's spreadsheet is easy to learn, and you can start to collect manually. Perhaps if you don't have a tools in a business like POS, point of sales application, And nowadays you can find it out any POS application that you can use integrate into the transaction of your business. For example, if you selling fashion stuff, right? You open into the e-commerce or website, and somehow they can collect the data. You can collect data from the transaction and input into your spreadsheet or any others tools, and start to building a report to find it out, like the basic things like which product that quite perform, right? Who are your customer segment? Identify who and what, and perhaps when. Yeah, you can start like with 5W1Y, 5W1H, and you can start to asking in the first data, like spreadsheet, for example, and when you find out the insight, a small piece to piece, you can scale up into bigger tools like RDBMS, SQL, or you can build something like business intelligence report in the dashboard, so you can see the dynamic report from your business. So basically, I encourage you to have a skill if you want to start. The curiosity, you have to, is the fundamental. You need a great curiosity and also the creativity on building a context of your data. Thank you. From me.
Okay. Does Mr. Ferro or Mr. Paul want to add something?
Let me add a minor thing. I think I agree with what Pak Fajar said. Don't worry about the tools, technology, even managing with Excel is enough. As long as first you have to, what's more important than data technology is how you read data, how you read the story behind the data, and how you make sense of the data. That is the most expensive skills. Then if you have that, it doesn't matter whether you're using Excel, you're using a SQL database, CRM, it doesn't matter. But if you can read the data, if you can narrate the data, if you can make sense of the data, then that is more than enough. But more importantly is on your second part of the question, which is how do I start? So like I said, even if, because I'm a rector right now, even though I'm a rector in a university, I will say that university will only help you on a 20% of your success. The 80% come from the experience. Means that you have to practice, because I'm not sure whether your lecturer, docent, or professor will help you to understand how you gotta manage the data, because I'm not sure whether they have a hands-on experience. But you have to be able to practice and try all the tools out there and not to worry about which one is the best. It's like a samurai, right? If you are a samurai, it doesn't matter whether using a katana or using a short sword. But if you have the skill, whatever sword that you have, you'll be able to kill and become the best, samurai there is. So make sure that you are practicing. Make sure that you are, trying everything. And from all of this experience, it will teach you how to become a better, data. What do you call it? Data analyst, maybe. Yeah.
Cool. So start with the tools, but again, tools is just a tools. The more important thing is how we read the stories behind every data. That's very insightful. For Mr. Paul, I think you have the question specifically for you from Charis. And Charis, you may ask your questions.
Okay, thank you, moderator, and also thank you for the honorable speakers for the opportunity. My name is Cheris, and I have one question for Mr. Paul from Bluebird. So that you have mentioned that Bluebird is now diversifying its business portfolio and has collaborated with its fellow market like Gojek or Garuda Indonesia. So with all these diversified business lines facing future uncertainties, what do you think will be the Bluebird's main focus in 1 until 2 years from now? Is it the connection with Gojek or Garuda or maybe another companies? And why is it the focus? Thank you.
Okay, let me step back a little bit. So, I did say that our strategy is not going to compete in the same market with the super app. That's very clear. So our strategy actually to create an open platform as a transportation company. The open platform divided into three parts: the multi-channel, multi-payment, and multi-product. The multi-channels means that Bluebird will be able to be booked in many applications, because we want to create the same opportunity of all application owners. And the difference with the super app, if you collaborate with super app, you will be only subordinate. Okay? So in our collaboration, we are seeing in eye-to-eye level as a partner. We are partner to Garuda, we are partner to KAI, KAI partner to Bluebird, Garuda partner to Bluebird. Okay? So we will be able to be booked by the application. The service will be able to be booked in our application. In the super app application, once the super app as a company see that the business is good, they will create their own. Okay? So they will kick you out of your business. Okay? We are creating a semi-level. So our strategy actually doing the partnership for the multi-channel. And the multi-channel, we are going to receive any of the payment e-wallet. So GoPay, ShopeePay, Dana, Linkaja, Isaku. And then the next two will come also in this year. And then the multi-product, where we're creating a new product line, like the logistic or pengiriman in Bahasa, and the warehousing. That's our strategy for the next 1-2 years. We're still focusing on our transportation because that's our core competence, but we're going to create more business out of it. That should answer your question, Charis. Is that okay?
Yes, it's very clear. Thank you so much, Mr. Powell.
You're welcome.
Okay. So I catch something interesting that when the companies have like this super app, like the other companies could easily replicate those super apps. So the strategies is to keep up with the speed, and the business resilience will follows along with those speed and relevancy as well. And with that being said, I think we have like the times constraint, and we have already in the end of the sessions, and Charis is the last participants to ask the questions. And to wrap up, it is clear that the priorities have shifted to embrace more agile and data-centric approach to decision-making. Also includes adopting flexible methodologies like scenario planning powered by data insights to improve organization resiliency in the face of high uncertainty. The pandemic has taught us that the future is not what that used to be. But the crisis also provides a unique opportunity to focus on core strengths for each companies, find the new opportunities, and build the stronger and more resilient business strategies for the each companies, and also more intelligence coming from the data, and the data also can be like the new oil for the company itself. And I think that's all from me. Thank you. Since we have the times constraint, so I will give back to the MC. Over to you, Suri and Jasmine. And lastly, thank you for Mr. Paul, Mr. Fajar, and Mr. Ferro for the very insightful talks. And I hope we could learn from you in the future and see how companies grows in the more stronger way, and come back, also always come back stronger after the post-pandemics. Thank you. Over to you, MC.
Okay. Thank you very much for our moderator, Ms. Verenne, and also our speakers, Sir Ferro, Sir Fajar, and Sir Paul. So it is also a pleasure to join a fun yet insightful talk show. So what do you think, Jasmine? Do you learn a lot of things today?
Yes, I learned so much things. How about you?
Of course, I mean, like, we have a very great speaker over here, which is there. So they talk a lot of very insightful things that we can learn today.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Okay, so we would like to thank our speakers, Sir Paul Soegianto, Chief Strategy Officer Bluebird Group, Sir Ferro Ferizka Ariananda, as Rektor Universitas Mahakarya Asia and Worldwide Lead Microsoft, and Sir Fajar Jaman as CEO IYKRA and founder Data Science Indonesia. We would also like to thank our moderator, Ms. Verenne Tanara, as iOS developer at Apple Developer Academy.
And as a symbol of our gratitude, we will have a certificate given to each speaker and moderator. We can start from Sir Ferro Ferizka from Microsoft. For operator, please help us to spotlight Sir Ferro and our project officer, Kak Hafsha Rashida, as well as a certificate on the screen to take the picture.
Okay, so do we have a staff of documentation over here? Okay, so getting ready. Jasmine, do you wanna count?
Okay, sorry. Since all set, I'm gonna count from 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, I think all is set. Thank you very much for Sir Ferro for your time today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ferro.
My pleasure. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so for the next one, we will have a certificate given to Sir Paul Soegianto from Bluebird Group. For operator, please help us to spotlight Sir Paul and our project officer, Kak Hafsha Rashida, as well as the certificate on the screen.
Thank you so much, Sir Paul.
Welcome.
Okay, so everybody, I think it's all is set. Smile to the camera. We're gonna take a picture in 3, 2, and 1. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Sir Paul, for your time today. Next, we will have a certificate given for Sir Fajar Jaman from IYKRA and Data Science Indonesia. For operator, please help us again to spotlight Sir Fajar and our project officer, Kak Hafsha Rashida, as well as a certificate on the screen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fajar, for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, since all set, I'm gonna count from 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. So I think all is taken. So thank you, Sir Fajar, for your time today. Next, we will also have a certificate given for our moderator today, which is for Ms. Verenne Tanara from Apple Developer Academy as our moderator for today's event. For operator, please help us to spotlight Ms. Verenne and our project officer, Kak Hafsha Rashida, as well as the certificate on the screen.
Thank you so much, Kak Verenne.
Okay. I think everybody's set. I think if you guys want to smile on the camera, and we're going to take the picture in 3, 2, and 1. Okay, I think everything is on set. Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much for the wonderful time given from our speakers and our moderator. And I think everyone can give a reaction of clapping hands.
Okay, thank you. And next, for our documentation, to all participants, you may turn on the camera and we will take a picture together with our amazing speakers and moderator of the day. Maybe we will wait for a minute and take the screenshot immediately. So don't forget to turn on the camera and use the virtual background that we've sent through your email, WhatsApp group, and Zoom chat below.
So we are going to wait until around 15:02 to take us the picture. So we would like to encourage everyone on the Zoom meeting today to turn on their camera and use the background. Okay, it's already 15:02. We are going ready to take a picture. So from the operator say that we have 6 pages. So we're gonna take 6 pictures of us. So for the first pages, everyone smile at the camera. We are going to take the picture in 3, 2, and 1. Okay, for the second page, in 3, 2, and 1. Okay, for the third page, in 3, 2, and 1. For the fourth page, 3, 2, and 1. For the fifth page, we are going to take a picture in 3, 2, and 1. And for the last page, the sixth page, we are going to take a picture in 3, 2, and 1. Okay.
Okay. Thank you everyone for your time today. But before we end our event, we would like to thank again to our sponsor. There are Bank Sinarmas, L'Oreal Indonesia, Bank BNI, IYKRA, Bluebird Group, Microsoft, Mitra Pelajar, Global Millennial Group, Pin Home, Good Doctor, last but not least, Vision Flag.
And also we would like to thank our media partners, which are URS Radio, Media Parayangan, HIPWI, BMFT UNS, ISEEC'S UI, Mading Event, Event Campus, Share UI, 8EH ITB, IISI Binus, Infokupedia.id, Event Mahasiswa 3, info.event_, Acara Kampus, Sejuta Cita, BEM Unpar, and Seminar Up.
And here we've come to the end of this delightful 2021 ISEEC'S opening ceremony and talk show. So, needless to say, it has been an eventful day for us, but most importantly for all of you. So we want to say a big thanks for all of you and see you on the next event.
See you guys, and congratulations and good luck for the competition.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Enggak lah. BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja.
Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
Dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya.
Aku aja punya BNI Plus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
Cocok buat Bapak.
Paket mimpi. Ada paket emas batangan. Sini. Makasih ya, Pak. Ada apa ya, Pak? Jarwo emas toh. Alhamdulillah. Pengen punya dan beli produk emas antam LM kayak saya gini? Klik www.logamulia.com. Beli emas antam logam mulia. Duduk santai, emas sampai.
Be the first to have the next innovation of Gold Boy, a true craftsmanship of finely detailed new Gold Boy design. Introducing the new Antam LM Gold Boy, pure and secure. A true high-class Antam LM